As it please the court, my lord. Thank you, sir. And good morning again, sir.
Morning, morning.
Thank you. I understood you yesterday to say that you basically deal with the you deal with cell phones in terms of which you downloading outgoing calls and incoming calls, phone contacts and SMSs. However, as and when a request is made that you should compile a photo album of the pictures that you might have found in a particular gadget that you do, there's no problem about that. Is that so?
It's part of my duties also to do so if there is a request.
Yes.
Of a picture or audio recording, video, whatsoever. I must do it.
Kuyingxenye ke yomsebenzi wami uma kuwukuthi kunesicelo sokuthi kunesithombe, ivideo, iaudio la ekukhulunywa khona edingayo noma abayifunayo.
And did I understand you well that after you had downloaded the information, after the information was downloaded into the XRY file and you went through the photos that you said plus minus 700, Mr. Kininda then approached you and specifically identified the photos that you had to compile a photo album on?
Yes, even if the figure, I never said is plus minus 700, but I did, as you say.
Angizange ngisho ke ukuthi kwakuyithombe ezinango 700 kodwa yebo kona ke lokho kwenzeka ukuthi ke uBrigadier Kininda waseza kumina ke engikhombisa ke ekuyizona ayidingayo izithombe.
Thank you. Now you described, you gave a description in photo 15, in photo 19 and 18. Let's go to photo 15, 18 and 19. That's photo, I think that is page 15. I'm sorry, that's page 15. So when you gave a description of what you saw in photo 15, you say, I see a gentleman with dreadlocks, not so?
That's true.
Ngishilo mangichaza lana ke kulesi sithombe ukuthi ngibona ke umlisa unama dreadlocks.
And in photo 18, you also said, I see a gentleman with dreadlocks, not so?
Yes, true.
And you said the very same thing also about your description of what you see in photo number 19, not so? 19.
Yes, it's true.
Naku 19 ke ngisho okufanayo.
Thank you. As it please the court, my lord. It's 17, 42, 46. I want to take you to photo number 17.
Let's go to page 17.
Oh, that's page 17. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. When I say photo 17, I would refer to page 17. That's basically the page number.
I understood you well.
Okay, thank you. Now, you were also requested to describe what you see there. You then said the person who's standing on the left-hand side of the photo has got dreadlocks as well. It was that your description, and you further went on to add the type of clothing that he was, or that is appearing to be wearing on the photos. Is that not so?
That's true, my lord.
Nakulesi-ke isithombe ngichazile ukuthi unama-dreadlocks ngase ngichaza futhi-ke nokuthi ugqokeni.
Thank you. Number 42, picture number 42. Let's now go 42. To picture number 42. You also gave a description saying that I see a gentleman who's standing next to a car who also has got dreadlocks, not so?
That's true.
Nalana ngichazileke ukuthi umlisa omiduze kwemoto onama-dreadlocks.
Let's go to photo number 46. You also described the person who's appearing on the photo there, on the extreme right of the photo, which has got 4 gentlemen, as somebody who's got dreadlocks, not so?
That's true.
Nangokufanayo ke nala ongabusandla sakho sokudla kulaba abawu4 naye ngichaze nokuthi ngokuthi unama-dreadlocks.
Let's go to picture number 12, photo number 12. You also described what is appearing on the picture as a gentleman who is wearing, who's wearing a hairstyle, which you described as a dreadlocks, but you further went on to say you also realized that he's got an earring on his left.
That's true.
Yeah, not so?
Nakulesi-ke isithombe ngimchazile nokuthi-ke unalesi hairstyle ama-dreadlocks nokuthi-ke une-electrical fakiwe.
Just a second. This is 12 as well. Now, would you agree with me, sir, that the pattern of all what you refer to as dreadlocks in the pictures that I've referred to you is not the same?
That's true, it's not the same.
Yebo ngizovuma-ke ukuthi indlela-ke noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi i-pattern-ke kule y'thombe engikhulume ngazo ngichaza ukuthi-ke ama-dreadlocks ukuthi akufani.
Would you agree with me that the person that you have all along been describing as the person wearing dreadlocks, which we don't dispute, that is accused number 3, is wearing a pattern of which can be described as braided dreadlocks? Braided dreadlocks. In other words, his dreadlocks like I kanje.
As I can see them, yeah. I see them, yes.
Thank you.
Nanjengoba ngiwabona-ke ngoba umeli uthi mechaza-ke ukuthi lona wena-ke umuntu okade umchaza ngama-dreadlocks esingaphikisi-ke ukuthi uyena umsolwa wesithathu ukuthi awakhe-ke ukuthi aqhiniwe ngokuthi ukuthi-ke ama-pattern awafani alama-dreadlocks uthi yebo nami ngibona kanjalo.
And that appears in all the photos that you downloaded from the XR file that was handed to you to work on, not so?
It's so, but there are some pictures which are not what you call the pattern, whatever.
Yes.
Yes.
Kukanjalo-ke kodwa-ke zikhona iy'thombe la khona-ke ekungekho ngale ndlela-ke oyichaza ngayo.
May you kindly take us to those photos?
Photo number 18.
Number 18.
It's page 18.
Just a
Photo
second.
19.
I'm sorry, sir. As you're saying 18, 19, that's just a split of a second. Innit? So we need to go to page number 18. Yes, photo number 18,
And photo on page 19.
19,
Page 19.
Marake.
I'm paging through so I can check others.
Yeah, I take your time, don't worry.
Yes.
Please. Don't be fast, just take your time. Please.
It's okay. Photo. Page 44.
Now, page 44.
Just on page number 44, the photo album that I have here, it's a bit blurry. I can't really see what you're referring to. There are so many people in photo number 44. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are almost 7. There's actually 6 gentlemen
Yes,
depicted in that photo.
the gentleman in a white t-shirt.
Ngikhuluma ngalona ke onesikipa esimhlophe.
Wow, okay. That's page 44, yes.
That's it.
Izona ke ithombe lezi bengikhuluma ngazo.
So that's 18, 19, and 44. Let's start with 18.
Yes.
You are saying, what were you saying about photo number 18?
I was saying this one doesn't have the pattern that you were talking about.
Ebengikhuluma ngakho ke kulesi sithombe ukuthi asikho ngale yandlela noma lana ama-threads awekho ngale yandlela ubusho ngayo ke ukuthi i-pattern noma aqiniwe.
Yes, indeed so. That's not a braided form of dreadlocks. Yeah, that's true. Yes. But would you say would you say this person? And I'm not trying to get into an what do they call it now? An identification parade of some sort that your Colonel Stein refused to get into. You see. But let me simply put it to you that that is not accused number 3.
That is for the investigating officer to identify, not me.
Akusiyimi ke ozosho ukuthi uyena noma akusiyena umsola wesithathu lona ke. Umphenyi wecala noma umseshi.
Yeah, which is the reason why I'm saying with great respect. But I not intend to take you into what could have been referred to as a form of an identification parade by Colonel Stein. Let's go to photo number 19. What did you say about photo number 19?
The same thing is not what you call pattern or braided, whatever.
Yes.
Nalana ke ku-19 yilokho ubukusho ukuthi ile pattern noma ke awaboshiwe noma awaqiniwe ama-dreadlocks.
That's true. Actually, let's go to photo number 18. Back to photo number 18. How would you define the pattern of what you see as dreadlocks in photo number 18 on the head of the gentleman that is depicted there? I know you might not know the exact term, but you know, in general parlance, how would you describe them?
I don't know this. You see my head? I don't know. I just see dreadlocks. I don't know those styles, what you call it. I don't do that.
ukuthi
So I don't know them.
lesiyana uyibizani uyawubona kwamikhanda ukuthi linjani laphayana ke angazi lutho ukuthi izibizwana.
Yes. Let me assist you. Normally, this will be referred to as single-threaded form of dreadlocks. Single-threaded form of dreadlocks that are flowing down the head.
Now I know. I
Thank
never knew about it before.
Bengazi ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ama single sengiyazi ke manje.
But would you then agree with me that what you see here in photo number 18 is not the same as what is depicted in photo number 12? Go back to photo number 12.
You are referring to a hairstyle.
Yes.
Yeah, the hairstyle are different.
Yebo
That's
lana
true.
ku 12 na ku 18 akufani ke ngokwenziwe ekhanda.
So there's a difference between what, or there's a difference between the hairstyle, or the dreadlock hairstyle, or the dreadlock pattern that is depicted on photo number 12 on the head of on the head of the person that is depicted on photo number 12, and the dreadlock style that is depicted on picture number 18. We are on the same page, most on that one, not so?
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Siyavumelana ukuthi istyle leso esiku page 12 nalesi esiku page 18 ayifani.
Now let's go to page 44. You said what about what is contained in page number 44?
I say the white car, the gentleman wearing a white T-shirt, dreadlocks.
Ngithe lana ke lona unesikipa esimhlophe unama dreadlocks.
Yes.
And you agreed, so I'm waiting for you to tell me whatever.
You said what about him? Yes, I can see he's got dreadlocks. And then what about him? I'm waiting you to take us through why you referred us to page number 44.
Remember, you asked me to show you the different patterns of dreadlocks. So
Yes.
I was paging around and I came across this one on page 44.
Yes.
And I said it's different from the other ones.
Uzokhumbula ukuthi wena ke obukhuluma ngeinhlawubo ezahlukeneke noma ama pattern ahlukene ama dreadlocks. Ngase ngiphenya ke ngifika nalapha ke kulena page 44.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'm going to put it to you. That is what the gentleman that you're referring to in that photo, who is wearing a white T-shirt and has got a dreadlocked hairstyle in his head, that is not accused number 3 before court. Yeah. I'm putting it to you.
Okay, I hear you.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa uma uthi ke akusiyena umsola wesithathu loya.
So, on this point, would you then agree with me in all the photos that you requested to download, or on all the photos on which you requested to compile a photo album of a possible suspect in the case that Mr. Kendina was investigating that involved accused number 3, who's before court here. He is wearing a hairstyle that I've already referred to as braided dreadlocks in all the photos. Would you agree with me on that one?
I won't agree that much because I'm not sure if the other gentleman is not him or it's him. That will be dealt with the investigating officer to identify him.
Okay, thank you.
Angeke ngivumeke ukuthi kuzo zonke izithombe unesitayela esisodwa ngoba abanye laba ke angazi noma uyena noma akusiyena kodwa yena ke umphenyi wecala uyena ke ozokwazi ukuthi amkhombe kasho ukuthi uyena noma cha akusiyena.
Thank you. Now, you in the course of you trying to identify what is contained in this excuse me, my lord. Case number 3 is raising his hand, Mr. Mr. Let me finish. Is it please the court, my lord? I'm indebted to the court for the indulgence. So my instructions are that I should specifically put it to you without trying to dilly-dally as to the identity of the persons that are referred to in photo number 18 and 19. Let's go back to photo number 18 and 19.
Ngifuna ukubuyisela ke kwisithombe u18 no19 ngikutshele njena ke akushoyo kumina ke umsolo wake ukuthi ubani noma obani laba baku photos 18 and 19.
Thank you. My instructions are that the gentleman that is depicted on photo number 18 and 19, who's wearing single-threaded style of dreadlocks, is or was a famous Maskandi music who was all over the show by the name of Mgumeni. Unfortunately, he passed on in 2009. That is Mgumeni basically.
Ngikutshele ukuthi lo olabo kule sithombe ke noma page 18 and 19 lo wayekade ecula uMaskandi ongasekho ke manje uMgumeni.
So that is not accused number 3. Thank you. Now let's go to photo number 44. Now, on photo number 44, the gentleman who is occupying the center stage here, who is wearing a white T-shirt. My instruction on that is Mr. Kulegani Butelezi, who is not accused number 3, who also passed on, unfortunately, in 2019. He's also deceased.
Nalana ke lona oku page 44 uyena ke ongasekho emhlabeni ukhulekani Buthelezi akusiyena umsolo wesithathu.
So basically any form of a perception that could be created as to the identity of the gentleman depicted in photo number 18, 19 and 44, I think that has been quelled or that has been dealt with. Thank you. Do you understand?
Yeah, investigating officer will take it further.
Uyena ke umphenyi wecala ozoqhubeka ke nalo lo daba.
Thank you, sir. So would you further agree with me that in all the photos wherein accused number 3 And we admit, we do admit and concede that it is actually him, where he has been specifically identified, to the exclusion of photos number 18, 19, and 44, where there was a bit of a misunderstanding about the identity of those people. That accused number 3 has got a very distinctive skin color. His alabaster is a very distinctive one. He's light in complexion. Would you agree with me on that one?
Photo number?
In all the photos, wherein you identified him in your evidence in chief and said, I see a gentleman who's wearing this and this and this, who's wearing a beach clothes. I see a gentleman with dreadlocks. I see a gentleman with dreadlocks. I see a gentleman with dreadlocks. He's got a very distinctive alabaster or skin complexion. It's very distinctive. It's very light. So you're trying to go through. You can again take your time. See.
Yeah, it's light, not very light on some.
Yebo ke impela ke ukuthi ke uyakhanya ke noma umpofu ke ngebala kodwa ke engekho umpofu kakhulu kwezinye izithombe.
Thank you. And would you further agree with me that in all the photos where his left-hand side of his face is appearing, or let me say where his left-hand side of his ear is appearing, he appears on the photos to be wearing what is this name?
Earring.
Earring, yes. Would you agree with me? Let's go to page 11.
Yes, I'm on page 11.
Would you agree with me that on his left-hand side here, ear, he's donning an earring?
It looks like, yes, it's not that clear. I can see.
Akucacileke kangakho kodwa ke ngiyabona ukuthi yebo unecece alifakile la ku page 11.
Hayi kahle mnumzane, wait say. In your evidence in chief, when you were requested to describe what you see in that picture, you said, I see a gentleman who's got a dreadlocks and an earring on his ear. You never said it appears like he's got an ear. You're very specific. Now, why
Yes.
all of a sudden you're changing your tone?
Yeah, I will go back to what I said yesterday.
Yes.
I said I see a gentleman with
Yes.
an earring on photo number 12,
Yes.
not on photo number 11. We can put on the reverse the record. I said page 11, I see a gentleman sitting in a car with dreadlocks. Page 12, I said I see a gentleman with dreadlocks and an earring, because it's clear I can see it.
I'm sorry, it's actually my mistake. I meant to say photo number 12. Yes. I'm sorry. I meant to say photo
iphutha
number
ke
12.
ngokuthi ambuze ngo11 ngoba uyasho ukuthi akashonga izolo ukuthi lo ambona la ehlezi emotweni une-earring noma unecici kodwa ebekhuluma ngophoto 12 ngo-page 12 uthi la alibonakala khona ke usiyaxolisa kumele uthi uyena ebeqonde ukuthi upage 12.
My apology for that drop in the ocean.
It's okay, it's okay.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Let's also go to photo number 22. Would you agree with me again that as you look at the gentleman that you described, that we concede and admit that is accused number 3 before court here, he's also got an earring on his left ear?
Yes, I can see.
Ngiyabona ke nala ku page 22 ukuthi kwindlebe yakhe ke yasekunxele unecici.
Let's finally go to page number 46.
Yes, I'm on page 56.
Would you agree with me that he's also donning a ring, an earring on his left ear?
Yes, I can see, although it's not that much clear, but I can see.
Ngiyabona ke na ku page 46 noma nje ingacacileke kodwa ngiyabona.
Thank you. Now, you said you've got 20 years experience in police force, not so?
20 years of service, yes.
Yes.
Ngiminyaka ke 20 ngisebenza emaphoyiseni.
And now against the backdrop of that background, what do you say? Is it an offense for a person to have in his folder, in his photo folder, in his phone, to have pictures of various nature?
It's not an offense.
Akusibona ke ubulelesi noma ke icala ke ukuthi abe umuntu abe nezithombe futhi izithombe ezahlukene efonini yakhe noma ku folder yakhe.
Would you say, against the backdrop of the fact that you are a 20-year-old experienced officer in the South African Police Services, the information that was found in accused number 3 person's phone constitute any offense?
I don't know whether that is fair. It's for this court to decide. For instance, there are firearms depicted there. Whether the accused has got a license to possess those firearms, the witness cannot respond to that, my lord. It's a matter that is for this court to decide, or for the investigating officer to respond to.
I totally disagree, my lord, especially on the last aspect of the basis of the objection of my colleague that accused persons in his phone, there are photos of firearms. Therefore, that relates to being possession of a firearm without a license. I don't think that is a true reflection of what the law says, because then if that was the case, people who are found reading books where firearms are depicted, then they should be arrested. I think none of us here would have actually escaped that wrath. So that objection, my lord, it's very unfortunate. But I myself love photos. I love to look at photos, gun photos. I've got stacks and stacks of books there at home. I love guns. I love guns. But fortunately, I only love them when I see them on the books and on the photos. I don't have them physically. Therefore, to suggest that might constitute an offense of unlawful possession of firearm, I think that submission, my lord, is very unfortunate.
You know what's my view?
Yes, my lord.
The comments about the photos which encapsulate, you call it a rifle. Is it not an AK-47? Sergeant Mabasa, you called it a rifle. Is it an AK-47 or a rifle? 4 or 5? What is it? You're a police person.
It looks like an R5.
Okay,
Uma
fine.
usibhekile lesiphambi khona lesi sithombe sayizolo sibukeka njenge R5.
Yeah, so I'm saying to you, don't invite that type of cross-examination, because it is patent that the Cleveland case is linked, according to the diary here, is linked to the Force Bureau's case. Are you with me?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, so let's not get to what is the guns doing there or what. Because if you look at this, they say they are linked. 2 cases. And we don't have to speculate. There's money there. Doesn't take a Mandela's mind to know that the money which is there is linked to, not linked to the so-called murder charges we are busy with.
Yes.
That it's linked to the Cleveland case. Are you with me? So let's leave the Cleveland case.
That is not my argument, my Lord, as well. I'm actually perturbed. Why is it actually mentioned? Because we're concerned here about the event that took place at Vosloorus.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yes.
That's why I say.
I'm actually not there. But what I'm saying, my Lord, is whether or not in the cell phone that was confiscated from the accused, certain photos, whether they be RK47, R4, and all those things, my Lord, whether that is the case, that is not an offense. Because I can go on Google and download a photo of an AK-47 and store it in my phone. I don't think I'm committing any offense, my Lord. But nonetheless, this has got nothing to do with Vosloorus case.
Yes.
As it please the court.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, my Lord. So there is something that your captain said about you being able to identify whether a photo was sent to a person, whether it was taken by his own gadget, whether it's a photo that was downloaded, whether it is a photo that was simulated. By simulation, I mean when somebody create their own image out of these sophisticated softwares that are available in these days. And I'm saying, I won't get to that because from where I'm standing, that is totally irrelevant. At this point, let me say, I pause. I no longer have any further questions to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, too.
Yes, Mr. Mamalo.
May it please the court, my lord, I have no questions or cross-examination to this witness. Thank you.
Even about hairstyles?
No,
Okay.
not at all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Njololo.
Thank you, my lord. I've got no questions to this witness.
I like cracking jokes. Okay, I just want to understand, do you normally work with now Brigadier Geninda, sorry. Do you normally work with him, meaning that you work in the same office complex?
No, we are not working in the same office complex. I'm under Gauteng head office, which is Gauteng
Okay, yeah, fine.
Provincial Operational Command Center, and he is at cold case, national cold case.
Asisebenzi ndawonye noma ehhovisi elilodwa ke sebenza ke kwinhlanga noma ke kuma unity ahlukile mina naye uBrigadier Gininda.
So Brigadier Geninda just utilizes your expertise regarding the downloading of information from cell phones, etc.
That's true. Most of his cases, I'm the one doing them.
Kodwa ke ukuthi iminingi ke lamacala akhe ke kuba yimina umuntu owenzayo.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
The cities were not raised in the children.
You're done.
Yeah, apparently you're excused.
Oh, okay.
As a court case, my lords, we have updated the list of exhibits. Just beg leave to hand up the updated list. I've given the updated list to my colleagues.
Here. Okay.
As a court, please, my lord, as we've intimated that the presentation of the state case is not necessarily in the right sequence due to the availability of the witnesses. The next witness that the state is going to call is going to testify in respect of Exhibit T1 and T2. And my lord, we're going back to the people who were in the house.
Okay.
The state calls the witness is Mr. Mtoko Zizi Twala. He's witness number 20 on the witness list. Whilst we're still waiting for the witness, can I take the liberty of handing up Exhibit 2T1? It's the identification parade form, and T2 is just photos of that identification parade.
Yeah, so the witness in?
Uzohlala uma usuqedile ufunga manje. Igama nesibongo.
Sokwezithwala.
Uyimisela ukufunga ukuthi uqinise.
Yebo.
Nokuqinisa ufunga ukuthi ubufakazi uzobethula la inkantolo kuzoba iqinisa iqiniso lodwa iqiniso liphelele. Ngamse isandla Nkosi ngisize ngikhuluma iqiniso.
Nkosi ngisize ngikhuluma iqiniso.
Se witness is sonini manje. Mahlala, mahlala.
Alright.
Mr. Twala,
Yes.
do you know the deceased in this matter?
Umufi kuleli cala uyamazi?
Mr. Senzo Meyiwa.
Mnumzana Senzo Meyiwa.
Yebo ngiyamazi.
Yes, I do know him.
How do you know him?
Umazi kanjani?
Umngane wami.
My friend.
From when do you know him? Or
Umazi.
how long had you known him?
Noma ke usunesikhathi esingakanani umazi? Umaze isikhathi esingakanani?
I think since 2002.
Ngicabanga ukuthi since 2002 noma kusukela ngo-2002.
Is there any member of your family who's also known to the, or who was known to the deceased?
Ingaba ukhona yini owakini emndenini owayesaziwa uyena umufi?
Yebo khona.
Yes, there is.
Yes, so who's that?
Ubani loyo?
When ngesikhathi mina ngisanda kuzwana naye wayazana nobaba.
When I had just gotten to know him, he knew my father.
Yes, what is your father's name?
Ubani igama likababa wakho?
uThemba Robert Siza Twala.
Themba Robert Tiza Twala.
And how did the deceased know your father?
Umufi ekwemazi kanjani ubaba wakho?
Ubaba waye njothi professional player wayedlala ibhola edlalela one of the big, okay, not one but ama team amakhulu ala South Africa. So after ibhola wayeseba scout for some of Lauma teams.
My father used to be a professional football player for the big teams in South Africa, and after he retired from football, he became a scout for those teams.
So abadlali nje abancane ababesafisa ukuphumelela babe nokufika ekhaya bezokhuluma naye baconsulta naye abanye bafundela ama teams.
Young aspiring players who would wish to make it successful would come to my home and speak to him, and then he would look for teams for them.
Including naye kusenzo noma sasingakazwani ngaleso sikhathi kodwa wayamanye abantu ababekhuluma naye ubaba.
Including Senzo, although myself and him didn't know each other, had no relationship at the time, but he came to my father and spoke to speak to him.
Yeah, that's close about it.
The name has also been mentioned in these proceedings, Ms. Mandisa Mkhize. Do you know her?
Kunegama ke futhi elishiwo ke lana uMandisa Mkhize uyamazi?
Yebo umazi kahle impela.
Yes, I know her very well.
Yes, how do you know her?
Umazi kanjani?
Mandisa unganami, one of my close friends.
Mandisa is my friend, one of my close friends.
Kade
iyaphumela kwe recording. Okay, maqhubeka.
Mandisa ngineminyaka ke ngimazi mhlawumbe 97 or 8 from primary. Sizwana naye.
I've known Mandisa for years, maybe from 97 or 98 from primary school.
We childhood friend yami.
She's my childhood friend.
Up until namanje, sazwana.
Up until now.
Do you know if there was any relationship between her and the deceased?
Ngabuyazi yini ukuthi bakhona ubudlelana babukhona phakathi kwakhe uMandisa kanye noMufi?
Yebo babe kwi relationship. I think yaqala ngo 2004. Maqamba mama.
Yes, they were in a relationship. If I'm not telling lies, I think it started in 2004.
Do you know if there are any children born out of this relationship?
Ngabuyazi yini ukuthi bakhona yini abantwana abakhona noma abazalwa ke kuyona leyo relationship leyo?
Yebo ukhona oyedwa usenza unengane no umufi unengane no naye uMandisa uLuthando unana.
Yes, there is one child. The deceased has got a child with Mandisa, Luthando or Nana.
How old is the child?
I think Nana una 15 if 16.
I think 15 or 16.
Yeah, I think 15 if not 16 somewhere there.
Somewhere there, 15 if not 16.
Thank you. On the 26th of April, 26th of October 2014, a certain incident occurred which led to you coming to court to testify today, is that correct?
Kunesigameko ke esenzeka ke nge-26 October 2014 esiholele ekuthini ube la namuhla ke uzonikeza ubufakazi.
Yebo.
Yes.
Can you tell the court in your own words what happened, starting with the events of the early morning?
Awutshela le nkantolo ke okwenzeka kuqala ke ekseni ngalelo langa lelo.
Sukele kuseni sasise Malberton ngakade ngilale khona mina eMalberton.
In the morning we were in Malberton, that's where I had slept.
And whose house was that?
Ukwabani noma kwakukwabani eMalberton?
Ila kahlala khona uSenzo noKelly.
Where Senzo and Kelly used to stay.
Who is Kelly?
Ubani Kelly?
uKelly I girlfriend ka Senzo.
Senzo's girlfriend.
And just briefly, can you just explain why you slept over at Malberton at the house of the deceased and Miss Kelly Kumalo?
Awuthathe nje kafishane kwakuyini ke imbangelo yokuthulala khona lapha eMalberton.
Imbangelo ukuthi sasikade siphume Soweto we show la ukhela iperforma khona, then uSenzo wafana ngihambise ekhaya manje ukuthi kwakunetha kakhulu imvula, so engakwazi ukuthi angihambise eKatlehong ngoba nje kangangene kakunetha kunama potholes wayikhala ngento eziningi, so wase wa opt ukuthi ngiye kuyena endlini.
We were coming from Soweto where Kelly had been performing, and Senzo was supposed to have taken me home to Katlehong, but it was raining, and he was complaining about a lot of things, about how he could not go in there, as well as potholes.
So from lapho ke sase siya wathi asihlale kancane lapha eMalbathini uzothi imvula misiyehlile bese yangihambisa, but lalinetha nje kakhulu, so sagcine kuyisibona option yokuthi ngilale uzongihambisa ekseni.
He then requested me to be there for a while up until the rain subsided, and then he would then take me home, but it was just raining, and it was then decided that I should just sleep there and he will take me home the next morning.
Thank you. Can you then proceed? What happened then? The 26th of October 2014?
26 days October.
From okay, savuka khona ke endlini kwakuyimina uSenzo abantu abesendlini uZandi noKelly.
We then woke up. The people that were in the house was myself, Zandi, Kelly, and Senzo.
uSenzo akakufanele ayephathini ngafana attend iphathi kaRoy Mahamut khona uRoy Mahamut umdlali webhola wayedlalela iPirates wayumngani kaSenzo.
Senzo was supposed to have attended a party of Roy Mahamuta. Roy Mahamuta was Senzo's teammates. They were together playing for Orlando Pirates, and he was Senzo's friend.
Iparty noma ngasakhumbula ukuthi yayingakho, but let's say muza ngathi ngalanga ku Pretoria Sunning Hill ukuthi ngiyadideka ngendawo, but kakuzogo kart oqala.
I'm just not certain as to where the exact venue of the party was, but as you come towards Pretoria, Sunning Hill, I'm just not certain. But we were first going to go kart.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
So sasuka endlini siya lapho la kuzoya go-kart wakhona.
We then left the house to where the go-karting was going to be.
Emotweni sisuke eMalbathini kakuyimina uZandi ngemuva hleqeni kwami bese kuba uKelly front seat no Senzo shayelayo.
In the vehicle, it was myself and Zandi at the back, she was seated next to me, and then Kelly in the front seat and Senzo who was driving.
So we proceeded ukuthi siye khona lapha ephathini, but sagcine singafikanga khona.
We then proceeded to the venue of the party, but we ended up not reaching there.
Yes, you may proceed.
So from sisahamba freeway engikukhumbulayo ngiyakhumbula ukuthi nje we deviated or sa ngena somewhere like a shopping center or a mall where safika sapaka khona sase siyaphuma no Senzo siya ka Wimpy.
I remember as we were driving on the N1 that we then detoured and then drove into some shopping center or a mall, and then myself and Senzo alighted and went to Wimpy.
Yes.
Okay, let me just, before deviate to Senzo received the call. After we received the call, then sase siya ngena shopping center or mall ngisakhumbula kahle.
But just before we drove in or we just detoured, Senzo received a call, and thereafter that's when we then went to the shopping center.
And from Leo colleague I receive iyona ukuthi sembe siba nama change of plans sase sasingabisaya ephathini kaRoy sase siya Soweto la ka performa khona uKelly.
As a result of that call, there was then a change of plan. We then no longer went to the party, but to Soweto, where Kelly was performing.
Because why ngitshela call ukuthi yayithini?
Because he had informed me as to what the call was about.
Yes, where in Soweto did you go to?
Naya kuphi nendawo eSoweto?
Saya eDoronyembe Park.
Dorothy Nyembe Park.
Yeah, it's eDoronyembe Park. I think I can do festival ka Ata Mafokate.
I think there was a Can Do Festival of Ata Mafokate.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yeah, safika eDoronyembe Park ke okay libehla ke bayo prepare kuyoshintsha kuyodansa lo performer bezoperform.
We then arrived to Dorothy Nyembe, Kelly. They then alighted to go and change and prepare so as to go and dance.
Yes. Then what happened after their performance?
Uma seniqedile sebeqedile ukuperforma kwenzekani?
Engikhumbula ukuthi sasime la sasimkhona, I think it was a VIP tent or something. uKelly weza wabuza ukuthi indaba osenze wayifuna ukuhamba, wabuza kulona ukuthi wenza yini, ufuna indaba usenze indaba nje, ngathi mthetho senze ukuthi ufuna ukuhamba la. From lapho sasisiyasuka sihlalanga nje isikhathi eside after performing.
I think where we were standing, it was like in a VIP tent, and Kelly just came to inquire as to.
Yes. It's fine. Don't disclose what other people told. What time did you leave?
Nothing hamba sikhathi sini eDorothy Nyembe.
Mhlambe after 4:30.
Maybe after 4:30.
Yes. And where did you go to?
Nayapi.
Saya eKatlehong ekhaya.
We went to my home in Katlehong.
Yes. May I proceed?
From eKatlehong initially uSenzo wayezongishiya ekhaya.
Initially Senzo was going to leave me at my home in Katlehong.
And then after like a few minutes ngidropile off ekhaya waphinda ngifonela futhi.
After a few minutes having dropped me at home, he called me again.
And then wase wangibuza ukuthi ngisendlini yini, ngathi waswathi shintsha, ngathi angishintshe asambe, athi nayi bosiyaphi, waswathi asambe siyolanda itumelo.
As a good please, you may not disclose what the deceased said.
Okay.
What happened after he dropped you off?
Emuva kokuthi esekuthulileke ekhaya kwasekwenzekani?
Yebo ngisho ukuthi wangifonela ngase ngibuyele emotweni because wangitshela khona utumelo, sekufika utumelo.
As I said,
siyolanda utumelo.
I went back into the car because he had said we needed to go and fetch Tumelo.
Yes, you went back to the car. What happened then further?
And then we drove to, I think it's a Sprayed View lap. It's some off ramp lapha ku N3, a Sprayed View la utumelo ayi2 khona.
I think we drove to Sprayed View. There's some off ramp on the N3 where Tumelo had said that's where he was.
Yes.
And then yeah, samfica lapho ku Tumelo ku freeway.
That's where we found Tumelo at the freeway.
Can you just put his full details on record? What is his surname?
Ubani isibongo sakhe?
uTumelo Madlala.
Madlala.
Did you know him before the incident?
Umuntu omazi ngaphambilini kwesigameko lesi?
Yebo, umuntu ebengimazi.
Yes, I knew him.
Where was he coming from?
Ebuya kuphi?
Ebuya eThekwini.
From Durban.
And what time did you pick him up?
Kwakuyisikhathi sini uma senimthatha nimsenemlanda?
Ngoba sihlalanga kakusekukhona nje kuyoshaya bona no5 ngisho kanjalo.
Because we didn't take long or we didn't stay long, let me just say it was about around about 5.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then from khona lapho kulandela uTumelo sahamba saya eFort Loras.
From fetching Tumelo, we then went to Fort Loras.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
eFort Loras ke saqala kwenye indawo ngizothi tavern store kodwa kudayisa ukudla kudayiswa notshwala.
In Fort Loras, we first went to this place. I would say that it's a tavern or shop because they are selling food as well as liquor.
Yes, you may proceed.
From lapho ke sathenga khona ama drinks ethu. Yeah, sathenga ama drinks ethu sizoya uzoyiwa endlini yakaKelly.
From there, we then bought our drinks. We were then going to go to Kelly's home.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula sasimile la ngaphandle sikhuluma khona la kakuthengwa khona.
I remember that we were standing outside and just chatting at the exact place where we were buying the drinks.
Ngizosho ukuthi ngangi skeptical, uncomfortable kancane ngokuthi kiwe lapho endlini yakaKelly.
I would say that I was a bit skeptical and uncomfortable that we were going to go to Kelly's house.
Nginezathu zami kwenza ukuthi ngisho kanjalo.
Having my reasons as to why I am saying so.
But engikukhumbulayo ukuthi uSenzo wagcina ethu ngoba ngangakaze ngibone ingane yakhe. So wathi this would be the right time ukuthi ngibone ingane yakhe.
Senzo then ended up saying, because I had never seen his child, that this would be the right time for me to see the child.
Just a minute, why were you uncomfortable to go to Miss Kelly Khumalo's parental house?
Kwakungani ke ukuthi skeptical noma uncomfortable ukuthi uye khona kulo Kelly?
Njengoba sengisho ukuthi as much as uSenzo umngani wami, but nefiance yakhe uSenzo at the time uMandisa kakumngani nami. So kumina kangabukeki kahle ukuthi ngingaya endlini yentombi yakhe yaSenzo. Ngibe ngihamba noSenzo ngibe ngizwana nentombi yakhe. Ngibe ngizwana nomfazi wakhe or ifiance yakhe ngisho kanje.
As I've already said that Senzo was my friend. Senzo's fiance as well was my friend. So it would not have been a good picture that it would be portrayed for me now to be in Senzo's presence and go to Senzo's girlfriend's place.
But ke egcineni kwenzeka ngendlela okwenzeka ngayo lento engangi-avoida yagcineni kuyona.
But in the end it happened. The very same thing that I was avoiding ended up happening.
So
yes,
you left. You then left the tavern. What time did you leave the tavern?
Nase nisuka ke tavern kwakusekusikhathini ke uma nihamba tavern.
Kaku after 5.
After 5?
Yes. And where did you go to?
Naya kuphi?
Saya kaKhumalo.
To the Khumalos.
Kamaka Kelly.
Kelly's mother's.
Yes.
safika ke khona sapaka ngaphandle sangena ke ngaphakathi sasihamba nge-X6 kaSenzo emotweni kakuyimina uKelly uZandi uDumelo uSenzo sobawu5.
We then arrived there. We parked outside. We went into the house. It was then myself, Senzo, Tumelo, Kelly, and Zandi. We were traveling in Senzo's X6.
Yes.
Sangena ngaphakathi endlini ke and we met uMakakheli ngaphakathi endlini no Christian ingane kaKheli no Jubjubu bese kuba kwakhona noTingo ingane kaKheli no Senzo.
We went into the house. We met Kelly's mother was inside the house. Christian is Kelly and Jubjub's child, as well as Tingo, who is Kelly and Senzo's child.
Yes, you may proceed.
From there ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ke bas introduce basho ukuthi umama ubani njengoba beze basichazele ukuthi uMakakheli la ngabona khona ukuthi uMakakheli and base balethela uTingo.
From there, Kelly's mother was then introduced. I then could see that it was Kelly's mother, and then Tingo was brought for me.
And then ngase sasihleli ke dlala nayo uTingo ke noDumelo kwakudlala nebhola ke ngikhumbulayo game between Chelsea and Manchester at that time.
Myself and Tumelo were then playing with the child Tingo, and what I also do recall was that there was a game that was playing on TV, Chelsea and Manchester.
Ngikhumbula ukuthi Chelsea ngoba kwaba khona idebate yabakhona ngoba kakudlala uDidier Drogba, so uSenzo noTumelo babephikisana ngoDrogba and wakora ngaleyo kulona ngoba uTumelo wagcine winile ngoba
I remember
as a fan of Drogba.
I remember that it was Chelsea because there was an argument between Senzo and Tumelo about Didier Drogba, and Tumelo being a fan of Didier Drogba, Tumelo ended up winning because Didier Drogba scored on the day.
Now, in which part of the house were you seated?
Nanihlezi kuphi noma kuyiphi ingxenye yendlu?
Sasihlele sitting room.
In the sitting room.
Do you still remember the sitting arrangement, how you were seated in the sitting room?
Usakhumbula ukuthi nanihlezi kanjani e-sitting room?
Yep, ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I do.
If you are shown pictures, will you be able to indicate who was seated where?
Uma ungabe ngitshengisa izithombe ungakhomba ukuthi ubani wayehlezi kuphi nendawo?
Yebo ngakhomba.
Yes, I would be able to.
But please, my lord, we're going to show you photo 57 of Exhibit D. Maybe photo 59 of Exhibit D, 59. There's a pointer, you can use that to indicate where you're seated. Photo 59.
Ungakhomba ke la nanhlezi khona.
La ekuhlela utumelo.
Where the witness is pointed and next to where the pink item is, that's where Tumelo sat.
Mina ngihlela lapha nendawo.
I was seated in the middle.
Yes, just a minute. Yes.
Yebo.
Ila mina ngihleli khona.
That's where I was seated in the middle.
Senzo ehleli la.
The witness pointing to the witness's right. That's where Senzo sat.
Yes.
And then ngala kakuhleli Mara K.
Witness pointing to the couch on the right hand side of the photo. That's where Kelly's mother sat, where I'm pointing.
Esokuthi part nendawo kakuhleli uZandi.
In the middle, Zandi, it was Zandi.
Yes, just a minute. Yes.
Ukuthi akubonakali ke la kakuhleli khona uKelly kodwa ila kulesithombe lesi sincane ila.
It's just that on the picture that is now the witness pointing to the couch on the left side of the picture, it's not visible. But then pointing on this little photo here, you can see the number. In the phone, that is where Kelly sat. No, to the far right, the couch on the left.
Where in relation to where the deceased was seated?
Go pin and down. Next to him.
Right hand side.
On the right hand side.
Yes, you may proceed.
Then Christian ke wayilokho eyihambe ehlupha nje la lo matter up and down edlalela njengengane thina sasiphethe uthingo.
So the Christian was just playing where the mat is. He was just as a child, just as a normal child, moving up and down there, and we were carrying Tingo.
And then sifika sahleli kanjalo.
Upon arrival, that's how we sat.
Emva kwesikhathi kwase kufika umuntu wesilisa at a later stage ngase ngithola ukuthi ubani, so ekutholeni kwami ke ngezwe kuthiwa ulongwe ethwala.
After some time, a gentleman or a male person arrived, and then after a while, I was then told as to who that person was, and I was informed that it was Longwe Twala,
which is Zandi's boyfriend at that time.
Always one again, no Zandi, ngaleso sikhathi, no methandana no Zandi ngaleso sikhathi.
Are you able to say more or less what time Mr. Longetwala arrived?
Ungasho ukuthi wafika sikhathi sini?
Afika yena sekuphela ngisho ibhola. Mhlawumbe mangase ngithiwa ngiyazama ngathi after 7.
It was
7 and 8 after 7.
The game had ended already when he arrived. If I were to just take a guess, I would say after 7.
Yena ke wahlala eduze kwaZandi.
The witness pointing to the couch on the right hand side of the photo, he sat next to Zandi.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was
Yes.
no other one.
Yes,
No
we
one
may proceed
else.
then.
Singaqhubeka.
Ekufikeni ke kwethu ke basi yakho ukuthi sadla ukudla. Emva kokudla sasibuka ibhola yakho ukuthi mina ifoni yami ayisi off at the time.
After we had arrived, I remember that we ate food and we were watching football, and I remember that my phone was already off.
Yeah, yaba off, so ngase ngathi ngiyayifaka echarging eduze kwe-TV lapha leya plasma.
I then put it in a charger which is just close to the plasma, the witness pointing to the TV.
emva kwesikhathi nje ngifakile kancane engikukhumbulayo ukuthi ukhelwa wayikhipha ifoni yami wase wafake yakhe wase wayishiya khona lapho.
After some time having plugged my phone in there, I remember that Kelly took it out and plugged her phone.
Can you just indicate more or less where you were charging your phone?
La.
The witness is pointing just where the TV is, on the TV stand. Here.
Would this be a convenient time to take the short adjournment, my lord?
What time now?
I think it should be just after 11. I'm told it's 19 after 11
So when do we come back?
at past.
1:30.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Khumbuleke ukuthi ngithathe isifungo ne. Sorry manje.
Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Twala. Before the adjournment, you told the court that you were charging your phone next to the TV stand and that Ms. Kelly Khumalo unplugged your phone and then plugged in hers. What happened further?
Singaqhubeka ke emuva kokuthi ekhiphe ifoni yakho wafake yakhe.
Engikhumbula ukuthi ifoni yami iyayisa lapha kwi-stand. Ngoba mhlawumbe ngangitshela ukuthi uzophinda ayibuyisele mase echargeile noma ukuthi wayifuna ukucharge naye.
What I remember is that my phone was still on the stand because I thought that once she had done charging, she would then put my phone back.
And then sasihleli nje kukhulunywa umuntu ephuza lonto ayithengile.
We were seated, just chatting, each and every person drinking whatever he or she bought.
Yes.
Yebo.
Emva kwesikhathi ke ngibe sengisho ukuthi kwase kufika umuntu wesilisa nje bengisho ukuthi igama lakhe ngagcina sengilazi esulongwe ngoba wafika after yena nje sesikade sihleli.
After some time, as I've already said, that a male person arrived, and I later found out that it was Longwe, because when he arrived, we had been sitting there for quite some time.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi there was a time la uSenzo noKelly baphuma khona.
I remember there was a time where Senzo and Kelly went out.
And lo wesilisa wafika uSenzo noKelly bengaphandle.
And this male person, when he arrived, Kelly and Senzo were outside.
Yeah, this male person, just referred to him by his name. Just
Solombiza ngegama ke.
Longwe.
Longwe.
Yes.
Nje bese ngiye ngasho ukuthi wangena wahlala phansi angikhumbuli nje sikhuluma futhi naro sibingelela ngikhumbula kakhulu emva kwesikhathi nje buSenzo noKelly babephumile babuya ngabona uSenzo ebingelelana naye.
As I said, that he came in, and that I don't remember us talking much, just greeted and they sat down. And after a while, Senzo and Kelly came back, and I saw Senzo greeting him.
Angikhumbuli yena ebingelela kodwa babingelelana noSenzo.
Okay,
Correct.
my apologies, my lord, can I just correct that? I don't remember him greeting, but him and Senzo did greet or greeted each other. But I don't remember him greeting when he came in.
Emva kwesikhathi uSenzo wathi mayesebuyile nje bengisho ukuthi babingelelana noSenzo mina ngase ngibuza uSenzo ukuthi ubalo uSenzo umuntu angitshela ukuthi kahle kahle ubhuti lo uba.
After Senzo came back and they greeted each other, I remember asking Senzo as to who the gentleman was, and Senzo is the one who told me who he was.
Yes.
Wase wangitshela ukuthi uLongwe boyfriend Zandi.
He then told me that it was Longwe, Zandi's boyfriend.
Khona la futhi sike nami noTumelo saphuma khona uTumelo wayefuna ukuyobhema.
There was a time where myself and Tumelo went out. Tumelo wanted to go and smoke.
Saphuma ke saphumela ngaphandle kwendlu and then mina ngase ngithi asiphumele ngaphandle egcekeni ngoba I think kumina kakuyisign yokuhlonipha ukuthi angeke ukuthi uqala ukufika la usuzobhema ubhemele egcekeni ngcono ubhemele ngaphandle so mina ngathi asiphumele ngaphandle sama ngaphandle kwegate wase yabhema akangibhemi mina uyena ubhema.
We then went to the outside of the house, but I then suggested to him that let us go outside the premises because it's just some form of respect. You are coming here for the first time and then you just smoke in the people's yard. So we then outside the premises and out of the gate. Tumelo smokes and I don't smoke.
Just want to show you photo 1 of exhibit D.
Ngiyabona khona.
Will be the better one, photo 2.
Yeah.
Are you able to indicate where were you and Tumelo?
Nani kukhona noTumelo?
Saphuma la.
We went out of here,
And then
pointing to the
Tumelo
gate,
wayibhemela la.
and then just close next to the Bible page or the wall. This is where Tumelo was smoking.
Yes.
Yebo.
Yeah, ngiyakhumbula ukuthi nje wabhema la emva kokubhema sase sangena ngaphakathi.
I remember that he was smoking there where the witness was pointed, and after that, we went in
Egcekeni.
into the premises.
Yeah.
And as you went back into the premises, did you observe the premises?
Mase nibuyela ke egcekeni ngabe zikhona yini imoto onayibona lapho egcekeni?
Akhona imoto le kaSenzo. Edingathi kakhona enye imoto futhi yayila.
It was Senzo's car, the witness pointing to the vehicle on the photo, and I think there was also a car, the witness pointing just behind the vehicle that is on the photo, that there was another car there.
Ipolo ebomvu.
A red Polo.
Was it inside or outside the premises?
Yayingaphakathi noma ngaphandle egcekeni?
Ayingathe ngaphakathi, engekho ngaphandle. Kuba yindlela izime la, ngoba sasimela thina, ngangizobona. Yayisamwe nje la.
I think it was inside. There's no way that it could have been outside because that's where we were standing, so I would have been able to see it.
Yes, you may proceed. You went back into the premises.
Nase nibuyela ke ngaphakathi egcekeni.
Yebo, and then before singena endlini ngathi kuTumela kami ngaphandle qala ukuthi kushaya umoya.
Before we could go into the house, I asked Tumelo to stand outside just to catch some air.
Ngathi aka gezi izandla.
Okay, qhubeka.
Okay, into ayingenza ukuthi ngisingaba ngaphakathi ngiyazi ukuthi mawuqeda kubhema ugwayi uyanuka obviously mawungena endlini. So ngakho ngithi akashaya umoya ncane athatha akagezi izandla.
I then told him to wash his hands, and the reason why I asked him to stand outside for a while is because I know that when you're just finished smoking, that the smoke it smells. So I just wanted him to catch some fresh air a bit, and then told him to wash his hands.
Yes.
And then
Did he then wash his hands?
Why gezi izandla? Yes.
Where can you use photo 6 of
Why gezi wabophi indawo?
exhibit D to illustrate your evidence?
There's a tap here, the witness pointing to the photo. There's a tap there, that's where you wash the hands. Now against the house. Yes, the tap.
Yes.
and then sasamile nje lapho sikhuluma naye kuTumelo nami ngisho ukuthi ayiba into esisayihlalela sambeni.
We were still standing there and just having a chat, myself and Tumelo. And I was also saying that I don't see any reason why we are still here. Let's leave.
Yes.
And then emva kwesikhathi nje sisamile kwase kuphuma uSenzo.
And after a while, when we were still standing there, Senzo came out.
naye washo the very same thing nami engangisho.
He also said the very same thing I was saying.
Ngase ke ngithi mina asambeni ngempela phela egcineni wena ufana uvalelise la.
I then said,
ngezivele siyongena emotweni manje.
I then said, let's leave, and said to him that you are the one that is supposed to say the goodbyes. We can't just get into the car.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi sasesimile ke sikhulume before size sikwenza sabile sayikhulumela nje sikhuluma nanga ukuthi wayethi ufuna ukubuya eThekwini even though kunyeke ngeke ngisalonke chaza but emva kwesikhathi sisayikhuluma nje lokho ngoba esefuna siyephathini kaRwema Hamut.
Okay, bambe lapho. We were still standing there and chatting, and he was also saying things about him wanting to go back to KZN, but I won't say the other things, and also talking about us having to go to Rwema Hamut's party.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
And emva kwesikhathi nje khona esincane futhi sibe lapho kwase kuqhamuka uKheli ephuma ngaphakathi endlini. uKheli wafike wathi ku
Yes. You may not say what
After a while, while we were still standing there, Kelly came out. She was coming from the house.
Okay, all in all sase sibuyela ngaphakathi ke endlini.
All in all, we went back into the house.
Just a minute. Why did you go back into the house?
Kwangani ukuthi nibuyele ngaphakathi endlini?
Sabizo yena uKheli.
Kelly called us in.
Yes.
Wathi mawukuthi uyahamba akavalelise ku mawakhe something along those lines.
And said that if it is that he's leaving or you are leaving, then he must say his goodbyes to his mother, to her mother.
Okay, so you went back into the house to say your goodbyes.
Yebo.
That's correct.
Yes, you may proceed.
Phela mina ngecathi mina loTumelo sasesilindele ukulido yena lo silethela ukuthi kube yena ovalelisa uqala before sinathi sicela indlela sonke.
Myself and Tumelo were waiting for him, that is now, because we were there for him, so that he be the one to lead us to say his goodbyes, and thereafter all of us can then say our goodbyes.
If you say you're waiting for him, where?
Ngisho deceased Senzo.
I'm referring to the deceased Senzo.
And where in the house did you go back to?
Endlini kuma senibuyela endlini nabuyela kuphi nendawo la phakathi endlini?
Sabuyela same place umuntu ahleli kuyona.
Same place where each person was seated.
And what was the sitting arrangement this time around?
Manje ke uma senibuyela ke nase
When you
nihlala
went back
kanjani?
into the house.
Okay, njengoba ngisho ukuthi sasahleli the very same way sahleli kakusawuTumelo on my left, uSenzo on my right. uKheli wayemile on Senzo's right, ngaphesheya kwaSenzo kakuhlela uLongwe, ngaphesheya kwami kakuhlela uZandi, ngaphesheya kwaTumelo kakuhlela uMaka Kelly.
So all in all, ile yandlela benihlezi ngayo ngaphambili vele.
Yes.
It was in the very same manner in which we were seated before.
Umuntu wayengasekho nje kaku uThingo ngoba uThingo wayeselalisiwe ekamereni wayilele.
The only person that wasn't there was Tingo, because Tingo had been taken to the bedroom. She was sleeping.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwaba khona idiscussion yayisilokho ikhona kukhulunywa ngani makangena nendaba yamasonto uKheli wayelingisa
I also remember
Isondelties with Lens and Jan.
that there was this discussion and also about churches, and Kelly was imitating about how a particular church does things.
Yes.
Emva kwesikhathi ke ila ngase ngibona umuntu oqhamuka emva kwaKelly owaqhamuka eseqhamuka kwi-ark.
That's where then I saw someone appearing from behind Kelly, and that person appeared from the ark.
If you say the ark, which ark are you referring to?
Yipi, ukhuluma ngayiphi ark uma uthi ark?
Kitchen.
It's in the kitchen.
I'm just going to show you the sketch plan, which forms part of Exhibit D.
Okay, so James sketch plan.
You can just indicate the arc
I come back. The ark ukhuluma ngayo?
on the sketch plan.
Yeah, it is. The witness pointing to the opening, which is on the sketch plan.
Yes, and whilst we're still there, just indicate where the sitting room is.
The sitting room yona ikuphi nendawo khona la?
Nansi.
The witness pointing to the right of the sketch plan, and say that's the sitting room.
Yes, and where you were seated.
La ohlezi khona.
Akutumelo la.
Tumelo sat there.
Kuyimina la.
Sorry, to the left. I was next to Tumelo.
Senzo la.
Senzo.
And then la kakade kuhlela uKelly but wayemile la yena ke.
And then
Ngikhuluma
that's
manje.
where Pindibuyela khona. Kelly sat there before, but then now she was now standing in a standing position, standing
La.
here. The witness pointing to the passage there.
And then ngala kakuhleli ke uMakazandi.
On this side, it was Zandi's mother.
Zandi part nendawo
Zandi in the middle,
nolongo la.
and Longwe here, now to the left of Zandi.
Yes, you may proceed.
Usungaqhubeka ke.
And then lo muntu nje bengisho engambona uqala uqhamuka la.
As I say that person, the first person then appeared from Opindukombe. The person appeared from here, the witness pointing to the opening again. Yebo.
And then kuqhamukeni kakhe ngambona obviously wayesemva kwaKelly, and then mina ngikhumbula ukuthi ngabuka uSenzo.
What then happened when this person appeared, this person was behind Kelly, and then what I did is I looked at Senzo.
Ngikhumbulayo ukuthi wafuna amafoni nemali.
What I remember is that the person demanded phones and money.
Yes, just a minute. But you explained that the person was there at the ark. Did he, when he demanded phones and money, was he still there at the ark?
Ngalesikhathi sefuna amafoni nemali wayese khona lapho othi wambona eqhamuka khona kwi-ark.
Yebo waqhamuka ngemva kwaKelly. uKelly wabaleka wangena kuleli room leli.
Bambeke lapho. Yes, he appeared from behind Kelly, and Kelly ran into this room, the witness pointing just opposite the opening that he had pointed before as the ark. That's the room that Kelly ran into.
And then njengoba ngisho wademanda amafoni imali, and angazi indaba ngisasho namanje ukuthi I don't know why I thought it was a joke.
Okay, Bambela Pop. As I'm saying that the person demanded phones and money. I don't know why, and I still, up to today, I don't know why I thought like that. I was under the impression that it was a joke.
But was he still there at the ark?
Why say Mikiona le ndawo?
Cha wayesesondelile phela kancane.
No, he had moved a bit closer.
Just indicate where he was at that stage.
La.
Okay. Okay, the witness now pointing to the passage, the other opening which is in the passage here. That's where he had moved closer to.
We just want to show you photo 57 and 59 of Exhibit D. Perhaps a better photo will be photo 64, sorry, photo 64 of Exhibit D. Yes, that one. You're able to indicate where the person was?
La. Tuzoke hit.
Here,
Not far from the heater.
Not far from the heater. Witness pointing to the heater that is on the photo.
Yes, you may proceed to say you thought it was a joke. Why did you think so?
Angazi why, but mhlawumbe ngoba mina ekhaya angazi ngakuthanda ukudlala bayazi nabo, but angazi indaba ngacabanga ukuthi joke, but into angenza ukuthi ngibone into serious ngabona ngoba sengibona isibhamu.
I don't know why, or maybe because at home they know that I like to make jokes or to play around. But what made me to realize that it wasn't a joke, that it was serious, is when I saw a firearm.
Where did you see it?
Wasibona kuphi?
Esandleni sakhe saka right.
In this person's right hand.
Yes, may proceed.
Nokuthi usenze ifoni yakhe ayikiye into ayenza usenze ifoni wayezama ukuyifihla la ngethanga ethangeni lakhe laka left.
And the other thing is that Senzo's, it's just that the witness is straight, the court can't see. Senzo tried to hide his phone that is now underneath his left thigh.
Photo 57. Perhaps better photo will be photo 59 of Exhibit D. Photo 59 of Exhibit D. Yes, can you use photo 59 of Exhibit D to illustrate your evidence?
Ukusho ke noma ukutshengisa lokho qeda ukusho manje awusebenzise lesi sithombe.
Ukuphi kuqala ngoba
Regarding the cell
cell phone for I think lesi sinye lesi right.
The other photo was the
Ngoba
better
lesi
one.
kuvela la kuhleli khona mina.
This is where I said
no look pen.
and the other one. So the other photo is a much better photo.
Are you able to indicate where the deceased hit his phone?
That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what he's saying. The other photo is the better one.
Yeah, this is right. Go back. La.
Here.
Senzo uhleli la.
This is where Senzo said.
So yena uzama ukufihla ifoni ngala
He was trying to hide the phone on this side, pointing out
because
to the
mina
left,
bengihleli la.
because I was seated where the witness is pointing now, in the middle.
Yes.
Yebo.
Ngoba kwakwenzeka ngokusheshsha ke engikhumbulayo nje into eyenza ukuthi kuze kusukunywe after umuntu oqala wasukuma lapha kwakulongo.
Okay, because everything happened fast, sorry, and what then happened is that, which then led to everyone being on their feet, that the first person that stood up was Longwe.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ulongo wathi mayisukuma waya towards the muntu lo phethe isibhamu.
When Longwe stood up, he went towards the person that was carrying a firearm,
Wamuphushela eceleni wase yadlula.
pushed him aside, and he went past.
Yes.
Yebo.
That's when ke ngabona wonke umuntu esukuma ke engikukhumbulayo mina ukuthi uSenzo naye waba nescaffold nalomuntu lo wesibhamu.
Okay, that's when I then saw everyone standing up on their feet. And then what I also saw, what I remember is that Senzo being in a scuffle with the person that had a firearm.
Yes. Are you able to Are you able to describe this person who had a firearm?
Kwisimo sokuthi ungamchaza lo muntu wayephethe isibhamu.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Waye ngekho dark waye ngekho light.
He wasn't dark.
Wayekhanya nje kahle.
It wasn't dark. It wasn't that light. It was just light.
Enama dreads up below nje ilo indlebe.
With dreadlocks just below the ear.
Neyiqhomo nje engathi high cheek kancane.
He had this cheekbones like in the high cheek a little bit.
Ngoba ngesikhathi bephushana noSenzo kuze ngizochaza kahle. Lo nganotice isikhono wesibili.
And at the time when him and Senzo were pushing each other, I then noticed that there was a second one.
Owayemude, so lo wayengaphambili wayethanda ubamfishane kunalo wayemude, so nalo ngaphambili wayengekho mude.
And that person was tall. So now the one that was in the scuffle together with Senzo was shorter than the one that was the second one.
And where did you notice this second person?
Lo owesibili yena ke uma umbona kuphi nendawo.
Ngimnotice kwiscaffold kodwa mina into engenza ukuthi ngagijima ngathatha ifone.
Okay, I noticed the person in the scuffle or during the scuffle, but what then happened is that I ran to grab the phone. Yebo.
Iscaffold ke sasisuka from khona la sitting room siya ngase kitchen.
The scuffle was from the sitting room towards the kitchen.
Yes, and where did you see this second person?
Umbona kuphi lo wesibili ke?
Ngimbona la khona ngakwi ark nje lapho la kwi ark na kumnyango lo duze kumnyango ne ark emva kwakhe ngasho njalo emva kwalo
Emva kwabani?
emva kwalo suspect number 1.
Okay, it was at the door there, just in that arc and behind the suspect number 1.
Yes, just point out where you saw the second
La
person
wabona
for
khona
the
lo
first
wesibili
time.
umude kuphi?
Owesibili naye waqhamuka khona la kwi ark, so waye la
The second one
between
also,
lo mnyango nalo ngoba lo kuqala waye la kodwa kwakusebushwana kuziwa la ekitchen.
okay, awuphinde ke uthi lo the second one was just here in the arc. He was also appearing from
The arc.
From the arc, and he was here, and then what's when now the pushing was happening towards the kitchen.
Yes, you may proceed.
Engikukhumbulayo ke lapho ngoba kwakwenza ngokusheshsha njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngathatha ifoni ngathi sengibuya sengenza ngathi ekitchen ngahlangana noChristian.
Okay, what I then remember happening there, as I said that it happened fast, and I went to take the phone. Now on my way back to the kitchen, I then met Christian.
Yes, where did you meet him?
Uhlangana kuphi noChristian?
La
Yeah.
khona nje la ngoba
here.
bonke abantu laba engibabalayo uSenzo uTumelo suspect number 1 and 2 babesebe la ekitchen vele.
The witness pointing to the passage,
Kelly, if not mistaken, yeah.
saying that's where he met the Christian, because all the others that I've mentioned, Tumelo, Kelly's mother, Senzo, the first suspect, the second suspect, were already in the kitchen.
Yes.
Yebo.
Engikukhumbulayo ukuthi ngikhumbulise ngamqubula uChristian ngoba kakuyena ingane lapha yana, so ngikhumbulise ngamqubula from the left hand side ngamletha on the right hand side ngimsusa from harm's way njengoba kakusekuvele kune.
What I do remember is that I picked Christian up from the left hand side to the right hand side because I was moving him away from harm's way.
Yes.
Yebo.
Njengoba ngishilo ukuthi isikafu sasi between uSenzo nalo muntu ophethe isibhamu.
As I've already said, that the scuffle was between Senzo and the one with the firearm.
And then nalo wesibili komuntu engisenimnotisile no Tumelo ngikhumbula ukuthi omakazikheli bathatha ama crushes, which was ama crushes kaTumelo, beshaya bezama ukushaya nabo labantu laba bela ngaphambi ngoba bonke babela ngaphambi kwami ngoba u6 if I'm not mistaken.
And that this in the scuffle was between Senzo and this person with the firearm, as well as now with Tumelo, as well as the second suspect. What I also do remember is that Kelly's mother, they took Tumelo's crutches and assaulted or tried to assault the people, because all 6 people that I've just mentioned were right in front of me.
Photo 64 of Exhibit D refers. Can you just use that photo to illustrate your evidence?
Awusebenzise ke lesi sithombe ukuchaza ke lokushoyo.
Engakusho ukuthi uChristian mina isikhathi ngamsusela ngala ngakulehitha.
What I can say is, when I removed Christian, it was from pinpoint foot.
La.
It was here next to the heater. Umsanga kuphi?
ngimsusa from ngala kwiside la muthi akuvelile ngimletha ngala, so that's why ngithi I was ngimsusa from the left hand side, which would be on this side, ngimletha to my right hand side.
I moved him from the left hand side, which doesn't appear on the picture, and to the right hand side, which is where the heater is depicted.
Yes. And the crutches?
Ama crutches now futhi ayekade ela babathatha khona la.
The crutches were also here, pointing to where the heater is. They took the crutches from there.
Who took was the crutch or crutches?
Kwathathwa i-crutch noma ama-crutch?
No, ngathi kwama crush. Umuntu engimkhumbulayo wayeshaya uma ka
Just yes.
It was the crutches. The person that I remember who was assaulting Begu,
uma ka Kelly.
is Kelly's mother.
Yeah, just a minute. Who fetched the crutch or the crutches?
I wouldn't know.
Ngeke ngazi ukuthi ubani owathatha.
Yes.
ibona kodwa engikhumbula ukuthi babe wasebenzisa ukuthi bashaye bona labo bantu.
They are the ones that I remember who used the crutches in assaulting or to assault those people.
Can you maybe just describe the scuffle in more detail? What did you see happening there from the ark up to the kitchen?
Uma ungachaza ke lesi scaffold ukuthi yini owayibona isenzeke noma yini owayibona yenzeka ukusuka khona lapho kwi-ark, uma uthi iscaffold usho ukuthini kwakwenzekani?
Can you use the sketch to illustrate your evidence?
Mangithi iscaffold ngazi noma is the right term yini kodwa I guess usenzo nje bayihleli la.
Senzo was seated here where the witness is now pointing.
Ngesikhathi wasukuma weza towards yena lo muntu base baba nescaffold esalide la ngase kitchen.
Okay. When he stood up and approached the person where the person was standing, and then they were then in the scaffold which then went to the kitchen.
Yes.
Yeah.
And leso scaffold ke nje bengisho ukuthi saqhubeka saye safika la.
Okay. That scaffold proceeded up to where the witness is now pointing. On the
sink ne stove lapho nje kodwa.
Between the sink and the stove, right there.
Just going to show you photo 15 as well. If we can just use photo 15 of Exhibit D to illustrate your evidence.
Our servant said this is Tombe 15.
La.
Here, the witness pointing to where the stove is on the photo.
Yes, this is a switch point. What happened there?
Ila babeka iscaffold sikhona between uSenzo, uTumelo, suspect number 1, suspect number 2.
That is where the scaffold was. That is where the scaffold was between Senzo, Tumelo, suspect 1, suspect number 2. I will refer to it like that.
And then no Marakeli, no Zandi babe khona futhi la.
Zandi as well as her mother were also present there.
Can you just maybe indicate who was engaged with whom in this scuffle?
Kulesi scuffle ubani owaye busy nobani?
Senzo waye busy no nalo wayenesibhamu, and then oTumelo yena ngathi waye busy nalo muti.
It was Senzo together with the one that had a firearm, and then Tumelo, but Tumelo was mentioned as in the plural my lord. They were busy with the tall one.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then nje bese ngisho ukuthi Marakeli nababezama ukushaya ngala uma crashes ke beshaya yebona lapho. Uthi angisakhumula hle beshaya number 1 beshaya number 2 kodwa khona bemshaya nabo ngama crashes.
As I've already said that Kelly's mother, they were also busy there with the crutches trying to assault those people, but what I can't recall or remember is whether they were assaulting the first one or the second one.
I think at that time ingqondo yami kakhulu yayisikla lengane lela eceleni kwami.
And I think because at that time my mind was my main focus was on the child that was next to me.
Yes. What was the role, you've described the role of the first suspect who had a firearm. What was the role of the second suspect?
Okay.
Lo owesibili wayephethe like a sharp object. mess.
The second one was carrying or was in possession of a sharp object that looked like a knife. Yebo.
Are you able to describe him?
Ukwisimo sokuthi
You
ungamchaza
already said he was taller than the first.
beshilo ukuthi wayemude kunomunye.
Ngazi lokho nganothise lokho nje kuphela.
That's all I
The
know,
rest
that's-
angeke ngizokwazi ukuchaza.
That's all I noticed. The rest I won't be able to explain.
Was
Their clothing,
the
are you able
clothing
to
into
describe their
engasho ukuthi he
clothing?
was
Sorry?
wearing a hood. But ukuchaza yena factually cha.
But to describe him facially, no. But the clothing is that he was wearing a hoodie.
Which suspect is this now?
Umuphi loyo?
Suspect number 2.
Yilo wesibili.
And the first suspect, you've already described him. Are you able to describe his clothing?
Lo wesibili ke ubusumchazile yena kodwa owayegqokile ukwisimo sokuthi ungachaza.
Ayigqoka isigqoko engikhumbulayo
What I can recall is that he was wearing a hat
and wayegqoke into engathi jacket, jazz jacket. Ngisho kanjalo nje but jacket.
something like a jacket, jersey jacket, but yeah, let's say a jacket.
Yes, may proceed.
Usungaqhubeka ke.
So obviously yonke into emotion ihamba kwenzeka yonke into fast engikhumbulayo engakuzi ukuthi ngezwe nje gunshot.
Okay. Everything was in motion. It was just moving, and what I recall, I heard a gunshot.
Yes. And what was the respective positions of the people who were in the kitchen at that point?
Laba bantu ababesekitchen ke ngaleso sikhathi ke ema position abo aye kanjani?
Ekitchen noma ngisakhumbula phela ukuthi ama position ayi kanjani kodwa ekitchen ngakusakhona uSenzo, uNtumelo, suspect number 1, suspect number 2, uMakakheli no Zandi. I think no Kelly said uKelly ngamkhumbuli kahle but I think naye wayekhona amongst but ngikhumbula.
Although the positions I won't be able to remember, but the people that were still there, the very same people that were there, Tumelo, Senzo, suspect 1, suspect 2, Zandi's mother, Zandi's mother and Zandile. I think Kelly had also joined, but she's the person I can't remember, but I think she also joined them.
Yes.
Yebo.
After hearing a gunshot I think yathusa wonke umuntu.
After hearing the gunshot, I think it made everyone to be scared or shocked.
Ngoba kwaba khona ukuhlukana kuba khona kancane mina ngikukhumbulayo nje ukuthi ngabaleka ngaphuma ngomnyango.
Because what I do recall is that there was some separation and I ran out of the door.
Ngaphambana noSenzo, uSenzo eza ngala ngishuthi ngizothi mangibuka lesithombe ngizothi eza ngase fridge. But mina ngiphuma ngomnyango lo.
And my path crossed with that of Senzo. Senzo was coming, if I'm looking at the photo, Senzo was coming towards the fridge, which is on the photo, or the stove, and I was running towards the door.
So where did you see the deceased? Which is
Wambona kuphi?
specifically-
Ngizoba ngathi nje in the center of ikish la.
In the center of the kitchen,
Yeah,
here.
somewhere la. But uphambana kwethi saphambana la.
But where our paths crossed, it was right here where the witness pointed,
Yes, just
at the
to
bottom of the picture.
Here.
Here.
Yes.
Yebo ngisho sengikhumbulayo ngikhumbula ngiphuma ngibaleka and ngalandela ulow number omude wesibili.
I remember, as I said, that I ran out, and the tall one, the second one, followed me.
Lo ayiphethe into engathi ummesa.
The one that had an object that looked like a knife.
Yes.
Yebo.
Wathi mayiphuma ngilandela ngaphuma ngegate ke engijaha.
I went out of the gate and was chasing me.
Ngase ngiya ngaka left.
I then went to my left.
Photo 1 can be shown. Just use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
Asikhombise ngabe isithombe ke lokho okushoyo.
Ngaphuma la.
I went out of here, the witness pointing to the opening.
Naye
on the
waphuma la
photo.
engilandela.
He also came out of there following me.
Ngagijima la ngehla ngalomgaqo la esemva kwami ngase ngijomba la.
Okay, bambi lapho. I then ran down the road, the witness pointing to the road, and then I jumped here, the witness pointing to the gate, my lord.
Concrete.
That is the concrete.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yebo.
And then yena baqhubeka ke wehla kodwa ngomgaqo. Engikukhumbulayo ukuthi kwaphuma abantu baka next door khona lapha let's abantu besilisa abawu2.
Okay, bambi lapho. And then he went down the road. And then what I also do recall is that 2 male persons from the neighbors came out.
Yes, just a minute. We say who went down the road?
Uthi ubani
Suspect
owehla
number 2 ngizosho njalo lo mude.
Suspect number 2, I would say so, the tall one.
Just indicate in which direction.
Uya ngakuphi?
Wehla shuthi mawuphuma egate it will be on your left hand side.
If you come out of the gate, it would be on your left hand
Shuthi
side.
la going down,
Here,
not
going
that
down.
side, going down.
Not towards that side, but going down. The witness pointing to this side.
Yes, may proceed.
Ngiyakhumbula ke abantu baka next door nabo bengibuza ukuthi ngubani ngoba nabo shoot babebona umuntu ongene egcikeni la khona. Ngiyakhumbula ngichaza noma ngasachazanga kahle ukuthi ngangithini ngoba ngangithukile.
Okay. I remember the neighbors wanting to know who I was, because they just saw someone on their premises, and I can't remember exactly or precisely the words that I mentioned when I introduced myself, because I was also in shock.
But ngiyakhumbula singazisho igama nesinokuthi ngubani ukuthi ngizwana nobani lapha ngabachethi ngihamba ngifika nobani.
I told them my name, as to who I was and how I got there and in whose company I arrived there.
Ngase ngiyabachaza.
Just a minute.
Okay.
Yes.
Ukuthi noma ngijibe ngisho ukuthi ngisabeka kahle kodwa ngiyakhumbula ngibachazela ukuthi ngathi sibanjwe inkunzi.
Although, as I'm saying that, I can't remember precisely what I said, but I remember saying to them that we're being robbed.
Because of what suspect number 1 had said engene endlini. Esifuna amafoni namalo.
Because of what was said by suspect number 1 when he entered the house demanding cell phones
And money.
and money.
Yes, you may proceed.
Masingaqhubeka.
ngiyakhumbula futhi ngimkhomba suspect number 2 eshona enzansi ibaleke eshona ngakhona lapha enzansi.
I also remember pointing suspect number 2 out to them as he was running down the road.
Yes.
Emva kwesikhathi ayisikhathi eside nje kwaba khona nje umsindo nokumemezwa ngabona sekuphuma athinga kumakakheli loyana waphuma.
After some time, not a long time, I just heard some screams, some noise, and then I saw Kelly's mother coming out.
And
Where were you at this stage?
Wawukuphi ngaleso sikhathi leso?
ngangisaka makhelwane but ngajomba ngabuyela ngaphakathi ngabuyela phakathi egcekeni lakakhemi.
Still at the neighbors, but I then jumped back to the Kumalo's premises.
And just indicate in the photo, where were you as you were talking to the neighbors?
Nkathi ukhuluma nomakhelwane wakuphi nendawo?
Sasingala
We were on this side, the witness pointing on the on the side of the Viber page appearing on the photo.
You say it was inside the premises.
Ngaphakathi egcekeni.
yebo ngaphakathi
Yes,
egcekeni.
inside.
And do you know who are these neighbors?
Uyabazi ukuthi omakhelwane labo obani?
Noma ngabazi ngamagama abakhulu ngamagama kodwa kakubaba wakhona nomfana wakhona.
Although I can't remember them by name, but it was the owner, that is now the father of the house, and his son.
I'm going to show you photo 4, if you can just use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
Sebenzisa sona ke lesi sithombe.
Photo 4 for exhibit D.
Ukuthi ngangibabona kuphi?
Yes, with regards to
What happened after talking to the neighbors?
kwasekwenzekani emuva kokuthi ukhulumile nabo omakhelwane?
Ngasengiqhuma la. Sibuya.
I jumped here, the witness pointing is now to the corner of the wall on my way back.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi njengoba ngisho ngahlangana noma kakheli ngambuza ukuthi uphi lo wesibhamu wathi usephumile.
And I remember, as I said, I met Kelly's mother. I inquired from her as to where's the one with the firearm.
Yes.
She informed me.
It's fine. That will be here. So where did you meet with Kelly's mom?
Even though ngasakhumbula phela ukuthi kuphi specific kodwa it was somewhere la ngakwi the side la kitchen.
On the side of the kitchen, although I'm unable to remember specifically where exactly.
When you heard the screams and the noise, where were you at that stage?
Uma uzwa ukumemeza kanye ukuscreama nokumemeza wawukuphi ngaleso sikhathi leso?
Ngangila kulo muzi next door.
I was still at the neighbor's house.
Yes, may I proceed?
And then ngathi mase ngibuyela ke sangena ngabuyela ngaphakathi endlini.
I then went back into the house.
Engikukhumbula endlini ngathi masifika mangidlule kitchen ngiya ngase towards le ark le kade ngisho.
What I recall as I walked in the kitchen going now towards the ark that I mentioned.
Ngathi mase ngizojikela ngase sitting room.
As I was about to turn towards the sitting room,
ila ngabona khona uSenzo lele phansi.
That's where I saw Senzo lying down.
Just a minute. So we're going to show you the sketch plan. If you can illustrate your evidence using sketch plan. Where did you see the deceased?
Wambona kuphi?
La.
The witness pointing in the sitting room. That's where I saw him.
Oyimudela. Oyilele la.
He was lying here. Yeah. The witness pointing to where close to the couch.
This is more or less where you were seated.
It was another
La
wall
ngahleli khona mina naye ngisho njalo.
where myself and him were seated. Yes.
We're also going to show photos 57 and 59. Photo 57 first. Are you able to indicate on that photo where the deceased was?
Uma usebenzisa lesi sithombe ungasho ukuthi wayekuphi indawo.
Sulela la. Oyilele la emudela.
He was just lying here. The witness pointing on the mat. That's now.
La ngingasho ukuthi la khona khona inyawo zakhe and then emudela.
He was just tall. I would say that ukuthi inyawo zazikuphi. This is where his feet were.
So emudela.
He was just tall there on that mat. He met there ngithi.
Yeah, umata kodwa obvious uncane phela lo mata. So
In other words, the mat itself is small, but that's where he was.
Yes, facing in which direction?
Ebhekise ngakuphi?
ikhanda lakhe lalingala. Ngase shuthi ikhanda lizoba ngala.
His head was
side.
on this side, showing toward more to the bottom of the photo.
Yeah, if ukhumbula kahle.
If I remember well.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngikhumbulayo ngathi mangifika kuyena wayegasp Senzo.
What I remember when I got to him, Senzo was gasping.
Wayesaphila ngoba ngamvula iskipa sakhe.
He was alive because I opened up or lifted up his t-shirt.
And then ngase ngabona ukuthi inhlamvu imdubule kuphi.
And I also managed to see as to where the bullet hit him.
And where was that?
Kwakukuphi indawo?
La, esifuleni.
Ngisukume ubheke ngale kuchanje. Ngisukume ubheke ngale. Sukume. It was here.
Yeah.
The witness pointing to the front.
The sternum.
Yes. Yes.
Yebo.
Okunye ngikhumbulayo
You say
ukuthi
you
ngezwe
lifted his t-shirt. What type of t-shirt was he wearing?
Kwakuyi t-shirt enjani abayigqokile lekuthi wayikhuphula.
wayegqoka iskipa esimhlophe.
A white t-shirt.
Yes. And what else? How was he clad?
Wayigqoke kanjani?
Wayegqoke iblue elinavy if yeah ngathi navy lwana namateki amhlophe.
Navy pants and
Yeah.
white khakis.
Yes. And what was the condition of that wound where the bullet hit him?
Isimo salelo nxeba lelo inhlamvu eyimshaye khona ke la sase kanjani? Lale kanjani inxeba lelo?
kakuyinxeba kodwa lalinga bleed kakhulu ngisho kangaphumi kanganayo heavy flow yo yothini yegas.
It was a wound
kakuyinhlamvu ngisho angazi ukuchaza njani inhlamvu umuntu medutshule inhlamvu.
but there was no heavy flow of blood, and I also don't know how to explain it when someone had been hit by a bullet.
Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
Engikukhumbulayo kunye kwenzeka ngeze umuntu eshaya isicapha ngale ukuthi angisakhuluma ukuthi kakuyinini lapho but it was in the time ngibuyile.
What I also do recall, I heard someone banging the door on the other side, but I don't know when, but it was when I returned or came back.
And then ngabuza ukuthi uba lo ngale ngase ngizutumela ethi mina ngithoko ngivulele.
I then inquired as to who it was, and then Tumelo said, "It's me, Mtoko, open up for me."
Ngambuza ukuthi unoba wathi uyedwa ngaphela ngangeke ngazi.
I wanted to know, with who are you? He then said, alone, because I wouldn't know.
And ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kumvulela kwami ngamvulela ngespoon ngoba iminyango walaphana muka uvala ngaphakathi awuvule kufanele uvulelwe ispoon.
And I also remember opening or using a spoon to open because the door there or the doors there, once you open, you are unable to open once you close, you are unable to open from the inside. You've got to use a spoon.
It's just a minute. Just want to show you the sketch plan. Can you indicate in which room Melo was?
On this room la.
Why lana utumelo?
Ngamvulela. Yeah, ngamvulela la.
I opened for him here.
Dilone room lela.
This is the room. Witness pointing. The room on the left of the sketch plan.
Yes.
And then ngamvulela ngase ngibuyela kuSenzo ngiyo attend to Senzo.
I opened for him and went back to Senzo to attend to Senzo.
I remember ukuthi bangilethela ithawula, then ngase ngibeka ithawula phezukwe kwelate light black khona.
I remember that they brought me a towel and I placed that towel on the wound where he had been shot.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwakusekhona nomakhelwane abanye besho ukuthi fonela ambulance, fonela namaphoyisa.
I remember that the neighbors were also there now, others saying, call the ambulance, call the police.
Engikhumbula kwakhona umunye othi ngoba usaphila mphuthumisene esibhedlela, and that's when ngike samqubula ke.
What I also do recall is that one then suggested, because he's still alive, to hospital, that's when he then picked him up.
Just a minute. Yes, if you say we then pick him up, who are you referring to?
Uba uthi samqhubula ke obani abamqhubula?
Kakuyimina nomakhelwane engimkhumbulayo futhi wayekhona uyena lo engagqumela kwakubo ngisho njalo.
Myself, the neighbors, and the one that I do recall, remember, is the one into his house I jumped, as well as Tumelo.
But sasibaningi ngoba Senzo ayisinda.
But there were many of us because Senzo was heavy.
Yes, yeah, proceed.
From there samqobula ke saphuma naye sayomfaka kwi X6 yakhe.
Picked him up, went out with him, and loaded him into his X6.
Just want to show you photo 2 of Exhibit D. Yes, where was his vehicle at that stage?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso imoto yakhe yayikuphi nendawo?
Yayilapho nje la icishime la ime khona.
Just almost where it is parked.
Yes.
And then thina saqhamuka nayo obviously from la.
We appeared with him obviously from
The
here,
kitchen siza ngala
from the kitchen towards this side.
savula lesicapha
This side right.
saka right emuva
We opened the rear right door.
samfaka ngekhanda kuqala phambili.
We put head in first.
Engikhumbulayo ukuthi emotweni kakuhleli sesimfakile nalabafana labo bashoyo noTumelo. uTumelo naye wangena wahlala on my right hand side ngala usenzo simfake ngakhona kwasukuba uZandi wahlala on my right hand side mina ngahlala phakathi nendawo and then on my left kakuTumelo.
And as the sitting arrangement, as we put him in, it was Tumelo on the left, I was in the middle, and then Zandi on my right.
Umzimba uhalf wasenzo wonke lo wawula kumina
Half of Senzo's body was on my lap,
and then ikhanda lakhe ngangilibambele ngakuTumelo.
and then the witness indicating I held his head on the side of Tumelo.
Ngiyakhumbula lokho ngoba if ijacket or ijini ngangigqokile yayigcwele igazi ngoba yazathathwa amaphoyisa lo jean.
I remember that because the jean that I was wearing was covered in blood, and it was even confiscated by the police.
Yes, we proceed.
uKelly ke wangena on the driver's seat and then imoto ayishayilo yena.
Kelly then entered in the driver's seat, and she drove the car.
Phambili kangahleli umuntu so sasiba u5 emotweni including uSenzo.
There was no one seated on the passenger seat in front, so there were 5 of us in the vehicle, including Senzo.
Yes, we proceed.
Quebec.
Sashesha kakhulu kaqweni uSenzo nje bengisho ukuthi wayesagaspa ekhuluma ayithi ekhuluma njalo egaspa umbonisa ufuna ukukhuluma kodwa manje izwi.
We were traveling at high speed, and as you could see that, as I'm saying, that Senzo was gasping, and you could also see that he wanted to say something, but he was breathing through the wound.
Yes, we proceed.
Then we started to try like imoto saze safika anomuthi clinic or isibhedlela in but eButhilong.
We drove the vehicle up until we arrived. I don't know whether it was a hospital or a clinic, but it is things Buthilong.
Ngesikhathi sathi before sifike khona eButhilong uSenzo wayesaphefumula ngoba ngiyakhumbula ukuthi khona la ngambamba khona isandla ngifuna ukubona ukuthi uzosiwisa yini wayesibambile.
When we arrived there, before we arrived at Buthilong, I held Senzo was still alive. Because I held his hand, I wanted to see whether he was going to drop it or what, but he was still holding on.
Yes, we proceed.
And then safika eButhilongi baphuma bonke ngasala naye mina emotweni.
We arrived at Butsilong, all of them went out, and I remained with him in the vehicle.
Sasime kwi-emergency entrance from yeah.
We were parked at the emergency entrance.
Yes.
Ngisengibona kodwa ukuthi hayi ngoba la senginihle naye khona ngasatha khona isandla ngenza the very same thing kade ngiyenzile sasendleleni but isandla nje sasesiyela nokugaspa engasagaspi.
I could see that
usibona ukuthi hayi umphefumulo it's either usuyaphuma noma usuphumile la.
I could see that no, because I did the very same exercise I did before of holding the hand, but the hand just let go of the hand, and it was not even gasping anymore. You could see whether it was already dead or he was about to.
Yes.
Engikhumbulayo ukuthi kwaqhamuka inkonesi nemodokotela base bamthatha bamfaka kwi-stretcher.
What I remember is whether the nurses or the doctors appeared and they placed him on a stretcher.
Yes.
Base bamusa I think surgery room angazi ukuthi odokotela babizwa ngani. After like 5-10 minutes waphuma udokotela.
They took him to this surgery room. I don't know what they call it. After 5-10 minutes, the doctor came out.
Yes.
I think the witness is struggling. Does he want us to adjourn?
Yes, it's almost time for the long adjournment.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe if we can just finalize this one aspect. You said the doctor came out.
Yeah, and then wacela umuntu omdala. Into engikhumbulayo ukuthi ngathi kwayo makakhethi, babizi makakhethi. But ngase ngalandela, mina ngikhumbula ukuthi ngalandela.
Okay, bambe lapho. The doctor came out, asked for an elderly person. I think Kelly's mother went, and I followed.
Base basho ukuthi
They then said that
akasekho.
he is no more.
Can we then take the long adjournment?
Can we get 2 p.m.?
That's the call.
Continue adjourn. Yes, Mr. Following.
Good, please, my lord.
Oh, ukhumbula ukuthi ngaphansi kwesifungo ne? Understood.
Just before the adjournment, you indicated that the sad news of the demise of the deceased was conveyed to you. What happened thereafter?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ke siye kwesikhathi ke sesidlo ushilo ukuthi beniqeda utshelwa ke udokotela ukuthi akasekho wasekwenzeka niki.
Engikhumbulayo ukuthi mina ngangena phakathi ngizothi surgery room laba bemperformela khona ukuthi beperform ukumsiza.
I would say that I went into the room where they were then trying, making means to resuscitate him.
Ngathi mangena ngakhumbula ukuthi ngabona unesi emboza.
As I went in, I remember seeing the nurse covering him
ngishite limhlophe and then mina ngafike ngalivula lelo sheet
with a white sheet, and I opened that sheet.
angazi ngangilonga ngimzama nami ngento angazi nami ukuthi ngangenzani, but base bangitshela onesi ukuthi hayi angimiyeke ngoba manje useze washona kanje.
I also don't know what it is that I was trying to do, but I was just doing something to such an extent that the nurses even told me to leave him because he's no more.
Ngikhumbula ke ngiphuma khona angikhala nje, in fact nje sasikhala sibaningi sonke lesasihamba nabo babekhala nonesi khona umunye unesi ngimkhumbulayo wayengithulisa naye wambona uphathe kabuhlungu ngoba isebona ukuthi uba.
I remember going out crying. There were a lot of us crying. The people that I was with or that I came with were crying. There was also a nurse that I was trying to comfort me, but I could see that she was also disturbed because the nurse could now see who the person was.
From lapho kwakuselokhu kufika abantu khona lapha esibhedlela.
People kept on coming. There were people now arriving at the hospital.
I think kwaduma kakhulu ukuthi uSenzo Meyiwa lo sedubulekile washona.
I think it was now all over that Senzo Meyiwa had been shot and that he passed away.
Engikukhumbulayo engakwenza ngathatha ifoni ngoba ifoni yami yayi off. Ngifuna ukuthi bangichargeise khona esibhedlela.
What I remember doing is that I took my phone because my phone was off, and I wanted them to assist me at the hospital in charging the phone.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi bakwenza ke lokho nesi lapha ku reception area bangichargeisa. From ukungichargeisa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngihamba ngayisawuthenga i-airtime egarage.
The nurses at the reception area then assisted me in charging the phone. We then went to the filling station in the garage to buy airtime.
Ngangihamba noKelly lapha emotweni.
I was with Kelly in the vehicle.
Ngase ngifaka i-airtime ngase ngiyafona.
I loaded airtime and then I made contact, or I phoned.
Umuntu oqala engamfonela ke mina at that time kwaba phone umuntu engamdiala kwakuMandisa.
The first person that I dialed at the time was Mandisa.
But because ke ngangingakwazi ukukhuluma ngoba ngangilongikhala ngikukhumbula ukuthi uKelly wayithatha ifoni kwaba uKelly omtshelayo ukuthi uSenzo sedubulekile.
Because I was crying, I couldn't convey the message. Kelly then took the phone and conveyed the message to her.
Okay, and then kwaba khona ke lokho phazami ukuthi ukuphikisana kwaba phakathi kwabo engengize ngilongixila ke khona kodwa mina ngagcina ngithathile ifoni.
There was that argument between the two of them. I won't put emphasis on that, but I then ended up taking the phone.
And the phone ngathi ngithatha yayisiphethwe umngani kaMandisa uBlom nami ngimjwayele. uBlom, yeah.
When I took the phone, the person that was now on the other side was Mandisa's friend, who is known to me as Bloom.
That's fine.
Okay.
The news of the deceased passing on was conveyed to various people.
Ukusho nje ukuthi abantu abaningi base betshelwa ke ngokushona kwakhe umufi.
Yebo ngoba nami ngaze abatshela ukuthi abeze esibhedlela bonke. Mandisa naba laba ehleli nabo.
I told them to come to the hospital, Mandisa, as well as the people that she was with.
And where were they at the stage, Mandisa and the other people?
Babe kuphi ngaleso sikhathi uMandisa nabanye lapho?
babe sephathini kaRoy Mahamut.
At the Roy Mahamuta's party.
Yes.
Okay, bafika ke bafika belandelana nje kakuyibona uMandisa nabangani bakhe nabadlali bebhola nje bonke bePirates.
They arrived.
Endaweni eyodwa vele.
They were following each other. Mandisa, her friends, Orlando Pirates players. They were just, all of them. They were just at the same place, but they came from the same place.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi bathi bebefika ke bapaka nabo la ku-emergency entrance ngaqale ngayatshela ama-security ngoba sekukhona ama-security namaphoyisa asebarricade-ile ngabatshela abadlulise ngoba badlali bonke so basebenza ke bapaka la kwi-emergency entrance.
They also parked at the emergency entrance. There were police officers and security personnel. They had already barricaded. I informed them to let them in because it was players.
Then base baphuma ke bona uMandisa nabo ke la abanye abadlali nabangani bakhe bangena ngaphakathi.
Mandisa, her friends and the other players then went inside.
And then mina ngikhumbula ukuthi ngathatha uMandisa ngamusa khona lapho eroomini.
I remember taking Mandisa to that particular room.
And base ngabachazela ke laba ukuthi uMandisa ubani base bamchazela ke nabo ukuthi kwenzekeni.
I then informed them as to who Mandisa was. They then informed her as to what happened.
Yes. Is it all?
Yeah, ngikhumbulayo.
Yes, which I can recall.
Yebo yabakhona altercation ngikhumbulayo futhi between uKelly nabangani baMandisa.
There's also an altercation which I remember between Kelly and Mandisa's friends.
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle ukuthi kakobani labo bangani kodwa le altercation yenze kuMandisa ngimnaye ngoba ngiyakhumbula siyohlukanisa.
Although I can't remember specifically as to who those friends were, but the altercation occurred, and when it happened, Mandisa was with me. I even remember myself and Mandisa went to separate them because they were assaulting Kelly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi kasekufika abantu abaningi kasekufika no Bab Shakes Mashaba uBab Ivan Khoza kasekugcwele nje.
As I said, that a lot of people arrived, Mr. Shakes Mashaba, Mr. Evan Khoza, a lot of people.
So yeah, kakune chaos nje. Abantu babekhala yo.
It was just chaotic. People were crying.
Yes.
Sahlala ke khona kusukela leso sikhathi usenze bemdeclareile dead up until kwaze kwaba in the early hours.
We sat there since the time of him being declared dead up until the early hours.
Azalandwe imoto yasemoshwari.
When he was fetched by a mortuary vehicle.
Engikhumbulayo ukuthi uTumelo ehamba noKelly ngoba ngamtshela ukuthi akangilindi sohamba naye waswathi hayi uzoba right uzohamba noKelly so oKelly noZandi think noma wakhe bonke bahamba basheshe bahamba bona.
And Tumelo left with in the company of Kelly, mother Zandile, because I remember saying to Tumelo to wait for me, we will live together, but he then said no, he will live with them because they left very quick, or they left early. Sorry.
Did you see them leaving?
Yebo ngababona ngoba
Yes, I did.
ngakhuluma nabo emotweni.
Yes, I did, because I spoke to them in the vehicle.
A parking lot ngisho njalo.
At the parking lot.
Yes. And yourself?
When I
Well, what time did you?
Yo.
leave the hospital?
Wahamba skathini esibhedlela?
Oh, mhlawumbe it was after 1 or 2, after ukuthi angisakhumbuli kahle, but it was in the early hours.
Maybe
Mhlawumbe
after
2.
1 or 2, I can't remember well,
Angisakhumbuli
but it was in the early hours.
Yes. And where did you go to?
Okay, mina I left eButilongi with one of my childhood friends asekatlehong, Prince.
I left Busilong with one of my childhood friends from Katlehong, Prince.
And then from eButilong ngaya ekhaya eKatlehong.
From Busilong, I went home to Katlehong.
Yes.
Ngafika khona nje eKatlehong, obviously babe sebengilindile ke ekhaya ngoba bengalele nabo.
On arrival at home, they were waiting for me because they hadn't gone to sleep yet.
And sahlala ke nabo kancane ke bengicomforta up until kangalaleki nje ngasho kanjalo ngoba nama message ayilokho engena nabantu belokho befona abanye babengazi abantu befuna ukwazi kwenzakaleni.
We sat there, them comforting me. I couldn't sleep. Messages were coming in, people contacting me, others wanting to know as to what had happened.
Yes. But what happened then the following day?
The following day kwafika bakulofika abantu nje bengisho ukuthi ekhaya sekulofika abantu nomakhelwane nabangani abanye, and ngiyakhumula ukuthi kwafika nabo abadlali nabafazi baba abanye ngeke kulong mention ukuthoba.
People kept on coming at my place, neighbors, the players also arrived there with their wives. I won't mention names.
And then engikukhumbulayo ukuthi kwafona usisika Senzo uNhlanhla.
What I remember is Senzo's sister Nhlanhla calling.
Nhlanhla mayifona bangibuza iID kaSenzo ukuthi kuphi.
When she called, she inquired about Senzo's ID as to where it was.
Wase wathi ucela ngimtholele iID yaSenzo ukuze kuzokwazi ukuthi kuqaleke ema proceedings omngcwabo.
She then requested me to get Senzo's ID so that the funeral arrangements can then get underway.
La mina iID kaSenzo ngangigcine ikhona kakomunye wabadlali bebhola owayehlala eBaklu.
Where I last knew Senzo's ID to be, it was with one of the players who was staying in Baklu.
La uSenzo ayihlala khona prior before azohlala eMalbatheni kuleyo ndlu.
Where Senzo used to stay before moving to Malbaton, in that house or at that house.
Kodwa ke kwenzeka ukuthi ngaya endlini kubo kaKheli ngisho njalo lapha eFosloras.
But it so happened that I then went to Fosloras' parental home.
Ngifuna ukubuza yena uKheli ukuthi uyayazi yini iID kaSenzo.
With the idea or the intention of asking Kelly whether she knew about Senzo's ID.
Just a minute. What time did you arrive? Kelly Kumala's parental house?
Mangasakhumbula kahle kodwa kwakuyisemini ngoba nje ngafika kugcwele nje amaphoyisa kodwa kusakhanya nje.
Although I can't remember whether it was during the day and it was full police officers, but it was still, the light was still shining.
So kwakuyisemini nje.
But it was during the course of the day.
Yes.
And then mangifika khona umuntu engamfica ngafica uMakaKheli kukhona nabanye ke omalume no aunt angazi ukuthi kakubani, and then ngabuza uKheli kwathiwa ke kuseMalbatheni.
Upon arrival, it was Kelly's mother, some relatives, the uncles and aunts. I then inquired about Kelly's whereabouts. I was informed that she was in Malbaton.
From lapho and then I decided ukuthi ngihambe ngepolice station.
From there, I then decided to go to the police station.
La ngafike khona ke ngayichaza ukuthi ngubani nanokuthi kwenzekeni, ngabatshela ukuthi ngiyi-witness yokushona kwaSenzo base bangithatha statement yethu.
I then introduced myself upon arrival at the police station, informed them as to what had happened about Senzo's death. They then took a statement.
Yes.
Njengoba ngazi ukuthi ngangifike emini ngoba ngahlala isikhathi eside kuya police station Foster's police station Foster's police station there.
I stayed there for a long time at Foster's police station.
Mhlambe for roughly 4 hours nje bengibuza ke bebhala statement ke bayibhalayo.
Roughly about 4 hours.
Ngazi ukuthi kwenzekeni.
Them asking me questions and then me conveying or relaying as to what happened.
Yes.
And then sathi masesiqedile lapho ngiyakhumbula ukuthi one of the people abengihamba nabo ngoba beyejimini babezokuhlangana base wangishiya ngase ngihamba nomunye ubhuti wayomngani kaMandisa nomuntu wakhe umfazi wakhe ibona esaya nabo eMalbathini ke sengiyakakhela.
From there, because the person that I went there with was supposed to go to attend a training session, he then left me. I then left that place or the police station together with Mandisa's friend, a gentleman, and Mandisa's friend as well as his wife or his girlfriend. From there, we went to Malbatin.
Now, at the time when you made the statement at Fort Lauderdale police station, had you come into contact with any of the persons who were in the house the previous day?
Nkathi wenza istatement lesi uqeda ukusho ukuthi wasenza Fort Lauderdale police station, ngabe ukhona yini owawuhlangene naye kulabantu owawukade unabo endlini ngelanga lingaphambili?
Umuntu engambona kwaba umaka Kelly ngoba ngafika aqala khona ngithi ngabuza uKelly ukuthi ukhona inkosi wathi wakekho, then from lapho ngasiwa police station. So umuntu owangiphendula or engambona kwaba umaka Kelly kuphela.
The person that I saw or that I met was was only Kelly's mother, because when I arrived there, she's the one that was in the house. I inquired about Kelly and she answered me, and from there I went to the police station. So she's the only person I saw or met.
And you only inquired about the whereabouts of Kelly?
Ubuza nje ukuthi uKelly ukuphi nendawo?
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes, what happened? Did you then proceed to Malbatin?
Naya ke eMalbatin.
Yebo ngaya sa eMalbathini.
Yes, we went to Malbatin.
Masifika eMalbathini nakhona akugcwele nje ngaphandle. Obviously akuzogcwela ama journalists nabantu beindaba, but ngakwazi ukuthi ngingene ke ngaphakathi.
Upon arrival at Malbatin, it was just packed there, media people, but I managed to gain access.
Yes.
And then ngathi mangena ngafica kukhona uKelly noZandi wayekhona, bese kuba khona ke abangani babo ke abaningi nje laba kwi media abanye ngibakhumbulayo ngababona. Then ngicela uKelly.
Remember finding Kelly there, Zandi, as well as a lot of their media friends that were there. I then asked to see Kelly.
Yes.
And then uKelly weza ke wase ngase ngamtshela ukuthi ngambuza ukuthi i-ID kaSenzo ikhona yini ikuyena yini, waswathi ikuyena. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fun. You then discuss the issue of the deceased identity document with Ms. Kelly Kumalo. What happened further?
Emuva kwalokho kwasekuthini?
Wathi ngekaza nginike i-ID.
You may not disclose the discussion between you.
Usungena kuloko nakukhuluma iloko abuza ukuthi emuva kwalokho kwasekwenzeka.
What happened after this discussion about the identity document?
Hayi ngagoduka ngekhaya.
I went home.
Yes, and what happened subsequently regarding this case?
Kwasekwenzekani ke kamuva mayelana necala leli?
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi sa attenda i-ID parade eyayise Jeep Town or Jeep Police whatever. But
I remember us attending an ID parade which was at JP Town or whatever.
Do you remember the date?
Usakhumbula ilanga noma i-date?
Angisakhumbuli, but it was during the sakhumbuli kahle. I think it was during the week.
I can't remember well, but I think it was during the week.
Yes, what happened?
Basho kwenzekani ke?
Kulo ID parade ngafika khona ngafica bonke kade sinabo endlini.
On my arrival there, all the people that I was with in the house, I found them there.
With whom did you go to GP police
When
station?
uya khona wahamba nobani?
I think ngalandwa amaphoyisa, if I stand corrected, angisakhumbuli kahle.
I think I was fetched by the police. I can't remember well.
Yes.
Yebo.
Ilanga ngiqala ukubabona wonke umuntu ke ngaleso sikhathi.
That's where then I saw everyone then for the first time during that time.
For the first time since?
Since Sunday, since Ashona Sunday.
Since the Sunday where Senzo passed away,
Sasise sort of like a boardroom la sasibekwe khona kodwa a police station.
it was sort of a boardroom where we were placed at the police station.
Yes.
And la satshela khona ukuthi siba khona ID parade ke for which yenzeka leyo ID parade sasibizwa nga1 umuntu aye la yakhona ke bese iswa kwenye indawo.
That's where we were informed that an ID parade was going to be held. We then went in there one by one, and then after that or from there, we were taken to a different place.
And there in the room where you were, which you say is a boardroom, could you see the room where in the parade was held?
Kule boardroom okhuluma ngayo noma leli gumbi leli ekwangathi i-boardroom okhuluma ngalo. Nanibona la iparade yayibanjelwa khona kule boardroom nanikuyona. Nanibona indawo le yeparade.
Cha ungaboni wawuhamba nje umukaphuma uhamba.
No, you were in no position to see because as you would exit that boardroom, you will have to walk.
Yes, we'll proceed.
Yebo.
Okay guys, sayenza ke lo ID parade nami ngafakwa ke eroomini lelo la kakunabantu khona la basuke bemisiwe.
We did the ID parade. I was also taken into that room where people were lined up.
Yes.
Yeah, angikhombanga umuntu ongakusho, and then I think ngagudukiswa.
I didn't point out anyone, that's what I can say, and I was taken home.
Now, was there someone who was in charge of the identification parade?
Ukhona yini umuntu owayephethe ke noma owaye in charge ye-ID parade leyo?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi wayekhona noma ngasakhumbuli mhlawumbe ngoba ngiyacabanga ukuthi ufana conduct umuntu ID parade.
I think there was, although I can't remember, and obviously someone has to conduct the ID parade.
Did you see if a form was completed?
Ngabe wabona yini ukuthi khona iform ababeyibhala? I can't remember well. They were writing, but I don't remember myself writing anything.
Yes, you may proceed. Did you go back to the boardroom or where did you go to?
Musuqedile ke khona lapho ukhomba noma ungakhombi wabuyela khona eboardroom noma kwenzekani?
Angisakhumbuli kodwa ngiyakhumbula sesimile ukuthi abantu mangasiwa ngabisele boardroom but ngathi asibuyisela ngeboardroom ngoba ubuka musu uyahamba ngoba ngikhumbula sesime ngaphandle ngase ngathi uveranda la qhama khona imoto lezi zesilandayo namaphoyisa la engenela khona.
I remember number I went back to the bedroom or to the boardroom, but I don't think that
so.
I But I don't think I went back there because I remember us standing outside in some place that looked like a veranda, and also the car where the cars appeared, the cars that were fetching us. It is the police cars.
And did you have, after attending the parade, did you have any contact with people who still had to attend the parade?
Wena kangithi uhambile wayongena lapha yana awakhomba umuntu wasuyaqedala emuva kokuthi uphume lapha yana ingabe kuye kwakhona yini ukuxhumana phakathi kwakho nalabo ekusafanele bayongena lapha ku parade? No.
Do you know if photos were taken during the parade?
Ngabe uyazi yini ukuthi kunezithombe ezathwetshulwa ngenkathi iparade isenzeka?
Angikhumbula.
I can't remember. No.
Yes, what happened further after that?
Kwasemuva kwalokho kwenzekani ke?
I think ngabuyela back to my preparations or umngcwabo kaSenzo.
I then went back to the preparations of Senzo's funeral.
If ngikhumbula kahle, on the same day kakuzoba khona i-memorial service.
If I remember well, on the very same
Ellis
day.
Park.
Okay.
But I'm just thinking.
A memorial service was to be held at Ellis Park.
Ellis Park or something or John's, but there was a memorial service.
The witness is not sure about the venue, Ellis Park or something, but a memorial service was going to be held.
Yes. Then, were there any further developments regarding this case?
Ngabe khona yini okunye okwenzeka mayelana necala lethu?
Ayefika phela amaphoyisa ke mhlawumbe asifika azongibhalisa statement ngisethekwini noma ekhaya.
The police would arrive, whether it's to come and take a statement whilst I was back home in Durban.
Okunye, I think ngenza what do you call this? ID kits or facial something.
The other thing I did, I don't know what you call it, facial something or ID kit.
Do you remember when that took place?
Ngabe uyakhumbula yini ukuthi kwenzeka nini lokho?
Angisakhumbuli kahle, but I think kwenzeka just towards the end of unyaka 2014. 2014, but I stand corrected. Then kumla ukuthi yenzeka ngaseSoweto.
I can't remember well,
somewhere ngalapho.
but I think it was towards the end of the year 2014, but it happened in Soweto.
Yes, what happened during this occasion?
Yini kahle kahle yenzeka khona lapho?
I was asked to describe suspect number 1.
I was requested to describe suspect number 1.
Yes.
Ngase ngiyamchaza ngalendlela engichaze ngayo nalesi engishilo.
I then described him in the manner in which I did and the manner in which I've already mentioned.
Yes. You proceed.
Ngangenza omunye umama womlungu.
It was conducted by a white lady.
Yes.
Yebo.
Ngayenza ke yona ke.
I did it
Ngenza ngayo.
in the manner in which I did it.
Yes. Were you asked to describe the first suspect only?
Ngabe waqala ukuthi uchaze lo wokuqala kuphela?
Oqala uyena ngangimkhumbula kahle, so ngangicela oqala wesibili nje bengishilo ukuthi angizange ngamchaze kakhulu.
I was requested, the first one is the one that I was able to remember well and was then requested to mention that one. I didn't say much or mention much about the second one.
Do you know if an identification kit of the second suspect was compiled based on a description?
Ingabe angithi usho uthi lo wesibili awuzange umchaze kakhulu ingabe ungamchazanga kakhulu unjalo ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi kune iID kit yakhe yase ihlanganiswa nje ngalokho wena obatshele kona noma ungabatshela ungamchazanga kakhulu
angisakhumbuli
no I can't remember
Yes. What happened further?
kwasekwenzekani ke kamuva
ngangilandwe eThekwini for leyo nto then ngabuyiselwa ke eThekwini.
I was first in Durban for that so I was then taken back to Durban.
Yes.
Yebo.
What happened further regarding the case?
Kwasekuthi kwenzekani ke mayelana necala le
Engikukhumbulayo okunye okwenzeka futhi okwenzeka ngo2019.
What I do recall which happened and it happened in 2019.
Yes.
Kaku January.
It was in January.
I think January 12.
12th January.
Yes.
Ngangisekhaya eMlazi ngangiprepare futhi ukuya kwi-rally khona rally engangizoya kuyona.
I was at home in Umlazi. I was preparing to attend a rally
with umngane nami engangihamba naye sasithole ngayo ama-accreditation tickets so
with a friend of mine with whom I was going to attend the rally and both of us had received accreditation tickets.
Kwafika amaphoyisa awu2 ekhaya ngisaqoka nje.
2 police officers arrived at home whilst I was still getting dressed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Elesilisa elesifazane.
A male and a female.
Ngathi mangibuka ngisabuka ngingakabavuleli ngalinotice leli lesifazane ngoba ngiyalazi ngesikhathi kusaqala icase.
When I looked at them just before I could open for them, I then looked at the female police officer and recognized the female police officer because I had seen her before at the beginning stages of the case.
You recognize her as who?
Nanjengobani?
As Ma'am Joyce Buthelezi,
Miss
captain
Joyce.
or whatever she is. I don't
Joyce
know, but
Buthelezi,
Joyce
captain
Buthelezi.
or whatever she is, but Joyce Buthelezi.
Yes.
Yep.
And then lowest Lisa ke ngagcina sengilibambile na igama lakhe kakuthiwa angazi naye noma ucaptain or sergeant kodwa uMakhubu.
The second man or the male person I also ended up getting his name. Don't know whether he's a captain or a sergeant, but Makubo.
Bangena ke ekhaya obviously ngabavulela bangena and then bahlala edining wayichaza ukuthi uze ngani.
I opened for them. They came in, sat in the dining room, and also mentioned the reason as to why they were there.
Inte ayisho obviously wathi kuboshwe wathi kunabantu ababoshiwe la eGoli so fanele ngizo attend iID parade la eGoli.
I was then informed that people had been arrested here in Gauteng, so I needed to come and attend to an ID parade here in Gauteng.
That's just a minute. Yes.
For which ke mina akuhlala kahle kumina lokho ngoba normally into yababeyenza amaphoyisa bezongilanda babeqale bangifonele babengavele nje bafike babengakaze bafike ekhaya bebeqala ukuvele bafike njalo nje bafika yena bebeqale bangifonele bangibrief bangitshela ukuthi bazoza.
It didn't sit well with me because it had never happened where the police would just arrive at my home. They would first call me, brief me, informing me that they would be coming. So it was for the very first time that they just came without letting me know.
Wes ukufika kwakhe uthi bazongilanda.
And worst of all, telling me that they came to fetch me.
Yes.
From there nganqaba ngaqala ngangathi ngiyanqaba ngatshetha nami nginama plans kodwa ke ngase wangitshela ukuthi phela egcineni ngiwitness so lento ayisho nami ngayi understand ukuthi vele egcineni ngiwitness ayengivele ngize ngikwazi ukunqaba ngase ngathi ngicela balinde kuze kufike uma ngoba wayesemsebenzini ngathi akulinde iqale kulinde kuze kufike uma.
I initially refused and said that I also had my plans, but it was then explained to me that I'm a witness. I understood that, but I then made a request that they will have to wait until my mother comes back, because my mother wasn't there, she was at work, so they had to wait for her to come back.
Yes.
Okay, wafika kumama sebamchazela ukuthi bayangithatha baya nami eGoli and then uma wayengeke nayazi aphikiswa sathi ayinkinga
My mother arrived. They informed her that they were taking me with them to Johannesburg. My mother then said, "It's okay."
Sahamba ke seza we drove from eThekwini eMlazi to here in Joburg and engakunotice ukuthi sadlula eJoburg sadlula ngoba ngifamiliar ngeGauteng.
We then drove from Umlazi to Johannesburg, but what I noticed is that we drove past Johannesburg because I am familiar with Gauteng.
And then sasesizangala ePretoria.
We then came towards Pretoria.
Nakhona ngabona ukuthi sePretoria because kuneyindawo esadlula kuzona engizaziyo.
I also noticed that it was Pretoria because we passed some places that I'm familiar with.
Yes.
Emotweni ngakusayimina nayo Makhubo noButhelezi.
In the vehicle it was myself, Makhubo and Buthelezi.
Yes.
And then safika ema-ofisini thizeni.
We arrived at some offices.
And ama-ofisi awamaphoyisa.
Police offices.
Kungathi mungena nje ngathi kuyi-tunnel ungena musu uyanyuka musu ufikele parking area.
It looks like a tunnel. You go in, you go up, and then you get to the parking area.
Yes.
And then sangena khona ke ngahamba nayo ke uJoyce ke uMamthelezi angikazi ukuthi ngimbiza ngani yazi.
I just don't know how to call her, but I went with Joyce or Mrs. Buthelezi. I just don't know how to refer to her.
Sathi masingena naye ngambuza ukuthi laba abanye ke bama witness bakuphi bona wathi nabo bayolandwa amanye amaphoyisa njengoba nami ngilandwe yibona.
I then inquired from her as to where the other witnesses are. She informed me that they are also being fetched by other police officers just as I've been fetched by them.
Yes.
And then sadlula yaseshwa la sadlula khona sangena liftini and then we angisazi ngene nathi menya ama stepis uthangeni yangasanya ama stepis ngoba ngiyakhumbula khona la kune toilet khona engacela ukuchama kulona.
We went past where they are searching as you go in. I think we went up the staircases, but I also remember seeing a toilet where I requested to go in.
Yes.
up until safika kwi-room kafika livula yena lelo room sangena phakathi eroomini wase wathi ngahlala ke lapho kulelo room
Muthi yena ubani?
ubuthelezi.
Up until we got to a room which she, Buthelezi, opened and ordered me to sit into that in that room.
Yes.
And kulelo office into enganginotice engenza ukuthi ngize ngisho kulela office kakuyelakhe ubuthelezi because lalinezithombe zakhe on the wall.
Which then what I noticed which made me to realize that it was her office, there were pictures of her on the wall.
Yes.
And then I think ngafika khona kaku round about 10:10
Ebusuku ekuseni.
ebusuku.
I think I arrived there before 10:10 in the evening.
Mangimbuza ke nge-ID parade ukuthi ID parade yenziwa wathi ayizokwenziwa
Oh, sorry. Qhubeka.
ngoba ukuphuma kwakhe eroomini waphuma kungathi uyolungisa leyo ID parade or wenzani.
I then inquired from her about the ID parade. She then said to me, no, the ID parade will proceed. And as she left the office under the pretense that she was going to go and make the preparations for the ID parade.
Yes.
From there ngathi ngisahleli ukuthi ngangisefonini ngoba ngangitshela ekhaya ukuthi sengifikile ngangitshela futhi noMandisa if not first correct ngakhumbula kahle ngoba khona into engangiphathele unana so ngangitshela naye ukuthi sengifikile kodwa ngisase Pretoria.
From there, I remember I was busy on my phone. I was informing them back home that I had arrived. Also informing Mandisa that I had arrived because there's something that I had brought for Nana, who is now Mandisa's child. So I was busy on my phone.
And then kwase kungena amadoda awu2
And 2 male persons entered.
Just a minute. Yes.
mayengena lamadoda eyodwa yafika yathatha ifoni yami yangibuza ukuthi ukhuluma nobala.
As they entered, one of them took my phone and asked me, who are you chatting to here?
Yes.
And then ngathi ngisayiqala ukuthi awubani manje laba omunye abengibuza ukuthi ubulala uMeyiwa.
Whilst I was still wondering to myself as to who are these people, and then the other one just said, yeah, who killed Meyiwa?
Yes.
And then ngathi ngisathi ngizama ukukhuluma abe ngishaya ke.
As I tried to talk, they assaulted me.
Angishaya to a point ukuthi ayethi imina ngimbulaleleni uSenzo.
Assaulting me up to a point where they were alleging that it was me. Why did I kill Senzo?
Just a minute. Yes.
And then from lapho
How did they assault you?
Bekushaya kanjani?
babe ngikhahlela bengishaya ngeimpama emhlani baqale basebenzisa izandla nje
Kicking me with open hands, slapping me with open hands on my back. They first started by using their hands.
Yes.
Wase basuka lapho angilongixolisa ke nami ngazi ukuthi sengixolisana phela manje and
From there, I started to apologize, not knowing as to what it is that I was apologizing for.
and then base bathi wena ufuna ukukhuluma uzosibhala uzobhala wena statement nje bayifuna ngivume ngibhale ku statement. I think that was referring to ngoba
They then said to me, you don't want to talk, you will then have to write it down or you'll write a statement. I think that's what they were referring to. They wanted me to write it down.
Yes.
and then from lapho oyedwa waphuma
From there, one of them left or went out.
and wathi mayebuya mina ngitshe mhlawumbe kubuya ubuthelezi ngoba phela uyena umuntu ongishiyela eroomini mase kungena amadoda esengishaya angishayelani.
When he came back, I was under the impression that it was Buteles who was coming back because she's the one who left me in the office. But now, men came in and they were assaulting me for what?
And then nganti lo buyayo uphethe beyothatha isikhwama shoot wabuye sephethe isikhwama ubhaka.
When this one returned, it so happened that he had gone to take a backpack.
Yes.
And then kuleso sikhwama ke basibeka phezulu kwetafula baqhubeka bangishaya for mhlambe good 45 minutes.
Put that backpack on the table
To an hour.
and they assaulted me for a good 45 minutes to an hour.
Bengishaya emhlani la ngaphambili esifubeni benginyathela isifuba bangigxobe ngamabhuzu abo.
On my back, here in my front part of the body, they would also trample on me with their boots.
Yes, you proceed.
From there lo munye waswavula isikhwama ke.
From there, the other one opened the backpack,
Mayivula isikhwama wakhipha intambo.
and from the backpack, I took out a rope.
Yes.
Intambo mangidescribe le intambo le esebenziswa mawuzobopha inkomo mawuhlaba usebenzisa le yankomo le intambo eqinile enkulu nje irope enkulu.
If I were to describe that rope, it is a big and a tight, a strong rope. It is the one that you use when you are tying a cow and when you are about to slaughter it.
Yes.
From lapho basinto abayenza nje babengijele phansi vele ngoba ngangibheke phezulu ngilongivika bangiphendula ngalala ngesifuba.
Okay. From there, as I was laying on the floor and looking up and kept on blocking, they then turned me around and then I lay on my chest.
Yes.
Sebengilalise kanjalo base bangifasa izandla shothi bayifasa la ngemuva izandla zami ekufaseni izandla bangifasa neenyawo.
They then tied my hands, but my hands were tied at the back. And in tying my hands at the back, my feet were also tied.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then from lapho ke base bangifasa izandla zami neenyawo should bayihlanganisa kanje.
And then jointly, my hands and my feet were tied like this.
Yes.
Base bakhipha umata into umata esikhwameni futhi lo mata base bawubeka la ngaphansi kwe private party yami.
Okay. They then took out a mat or something like a mat or a mat from the backpack. And that mat was placed just underneath my private part.
Yes.
And then from lo methi baphinde futhi wase wathatha bakhipha futhi esikhwameni should lapho ke esikhwameni bakhipha into engathi tube.
Something was again taken out of the bag, something like a tube.
Yes.
And base baqala ke bangichupa babengivala ubuso babengivala amakhala nomlomo balibambe kanje bese behlanganisa la ngemuva bengisuffocate uthi ngaphefumula.
They started tubing me. It would then close my mouth as well as my nose, and then it would be tight at the back, so suffocating me so as not to be able to breathe.
Yes.
Lonto kwenzeka mhlambe from 11:30 ilanga laze laphumela kumina.
That happened maybe from about 11:30 up until the sun sun rose on me.
Bakuyoshaya kaku 5 ekuseni beshintshana belokhu beshintshana.
About 5 in the morning, they kept on changing each other.
Yes, you may proceed.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi babe oyedwa wawusumbona ukuthi ngathi uyayisola ngathi akasafuni ngoba wayesehleli kulo munye nje obhizi ngoba babelo bebizana ngomrena.
You could see okay. The other one, you could see that this other one was sort of like regretting what was happening, but there was this one that kept on, and they were referring to each other as Morena, and the other one saying to him, "Mtlugele Morena, leave him out."
Yes.
Yebo.
Amaphoyisa ngihlukumeza kakhulu.
Those police abused me very much so,
including nayo Mabuthelezi,
including Mayor or Mrs. Buthelezi,
yena wayikhanda layo yonke le nto yayenzeka,
because she was the driving force behind all of that was happening.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi labantu bangihlukumeza for close to 6 hours. Ngikhamela ngibona ukuthi lo mata abawubekile bayazi vele ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani. So into ababeyiplanile kahle kahle vele.
Abusing me for about 6 hours, and I was urinating on myself. And when they put that mat underneath me, they knew very well as to what was the purpose for that was, or what would happen.
Yes.
Yebo.
Okuphatha kabuhlungu kakhulu ukuthi labantu kumele ngabe ibona abangivikelayo nabantu abazivikelayo kodwa ibona abantu abangihlukumeza kanje.
What hurt me the most was that the people that were supposed to protect me or protect us were the very same people that were abusing me in such a manner.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngoba njengoba ngisho babe ngifasile ngendlela babe ngifase ngayo kukhona la ngathi ngiyazama khona ukusukuma ngincike odongweni njengoba ngisho ukuthi lo muntu wawusumbona ukuthi ngathi uyayisola ngalento ayenzayo ngoba uyena wayibuye angisize futhi kodwa
As I'm saying, as they tied me, or the manner in which they tied me, I tried to get up and lean against the wall. And as I'm saying, that the other one was sort of regretting, or had regret, and was also the very same one who tried to help me. Yebo.
And then emva kwesikhathi bengisho ukuthi lento yazi washaya ukuseni ngoba ilanga laphumela phambi kwami nje ngikubuka emendini ngabo 5:05 ngase baphuma bangiqaqa ke bebe ngiqaqa base bafaka izinto zabesikhwameni baphuma.
Okay. As I said that it was the sun rose just in front of me about 5:05. They then untied me and then placed back those items in the bag. Yebo.
And then base baphuma ke bobabili.
Both of them went out.
Yes.
And then ekuphumeni kwabo akuphelanga ngisho u2 minutes ephumile wabe ngena wabe ngena ubuthelezi.
It was not even 2 minutes after they left or went out, and then this Buthelezi came in.
Yes.
Wayikhuluma ke nje lokho ekhuluma into ayishoyo angangamuzwa nokuthi uthini ngendlela ngidinwe ngayo angisho kahle nje ukuthi yazi lo mama lo.
She was speaking, I don't even know what it is that she was speaking, and the manner in which I was so angry was just saying, this lady.
Yes.
I think into engenza ukuthi ngithule kakhulu ngoba ngisengifuna ukuphuma nje kulapha yana angifuna ukuphuma kulama office ngangifuna ukuphuma ngifuna ukuba endaweni right safe ngibona abantu engibaziyo ngoba ngakusengisaba ukuthi bese kwenzeke kanje befuna ngivuma icala engingalazi should labantu mekusuka la bayongibulala.
The reason why I kept quiet or was quiet is just because I just wanted to be out of that place, get to a safe place with people that I know where I would feel safe, because to me it was a matter of if these people now had assaulted me like this, wanting me to admit to a crime that I don't know, that I know nothing about, so it means they are even capable of killing me.
And which crime are you referring to?
Uma ukhuluma ngecala ukhuluma ngaliphi icala?
Ukushona kwaSenzo.
Senzo's death.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then from there sahamba ke ngahamba nayo ulo ubuthelezi esakhona futhi nayo Makhubo should babehleli lathi behleli khona.
I then
When
went
you
out
launch.
together with Buthelezi and Makhubo, which means that they were seated somewhere.
Yes.
From there sa driver saya eFosloras la kakushone khona isenzo ngoba ngibuza ukuthi ngifuna ngizokwenza njani ngiyaphi ngathi ngiye ekhaya base bathi khona istatement abafuna ngisibhale.
Okay. From there, we drove to Fosloras, where Senzo had passed away from, and they then wanted to know from me where I want to go, I wanted to go. I then said I wanted to go home. They then informed me that I needed to make a statement.
If you say you went to Fosloras where Senzo passed on, which place are you referring to?
Uma uthi ke Fosloras la kwashonela khona uSenzo usho kuphi indawo?
Endlini ka Makakhele
Makhumalo's house.
but asiyanga directly khona ngoba ngisho kanjalo wangisa ka next door kalo baba lo nengane yakhona laba babengisizile laba engaqhamukela kubona bangisasiza.
I wasn't taken directly to Makhumalo's house. I was taken to the neighbor's house, the ones who to the ones to whose house I jumped over to, and also assisted me.
Yes.
Masifika khona ke bangena njengoba ngisho ukuthi mhlawumbe kako 6 quarter past 6 to half past 6 somewhere lapho drive, and then wabiza yena lo baba lo for which manje sengazi ukuthi ubani babunqasho something wabiza yena lo baba kwaphuma nomfazi
Upon
wakhe.
arrival there, we then went into the house. It was around about 6, before 6 or quarter past 6. They then called this gentleman who I now know as Mr. Ngache. He came out with his wife.
Yes.
And then from lapho ke uMabuthelezi wamtshela shothi ukuthi ngubani mina umfana lo wayela kanje kanje lo baba waswathi akasakhumbuli kahle kodwa umfana wakhe ongakhumbula kahle kodwa umfana membuka nje ucisha afana naye kodwa asakhumbula futhi umfana wakhe omkhumbulayo.
She then informed Mr. Ngache as to who I was, and then Mr. Ngache then said that
It's fine, you may not disclose what happened further regarding yourself.
Into enginotice ayenza wayengitshela ukuthi mina ngiyenzeni ngalela langa mangimtshela mina lokho engimtshela khona afuna ukungiphikisa khona afuna ukuyibeka ngendlela yakhe yena.
What I noticed is that she, that is now Buthelezi, was telling me as to what my role was or what it is that I was doing on the day. If I would be telling her what happened, she would then dispute whatever it is I'm telling her and put it in her own way.
Yes, you may proceed.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi sasicina size siphikisane naye ngoba naye babagcina zathi hayi kwenzeka ukuthi ngithi mangimtshela yena afuna ukubeka ngendlela yakhe apha singaboni sizolo ngiphikisana nalokho mama lokuze kube yini ngicela vela ngigodukise ngathi ngicela ukuhamba ngicela uvela ungise ekhaya
I
manje
could see that it was just a matter that we are just arguing now. I say this, she may puts it in her own way. I just felt that I wanted to go home and requested her to take me home.
Are you asleep, sir?
Ukhuluma nawe. Mr. Sibiya, ukhuluma nawe. Ulet. He says he's not sleeping tonight.
Okay.
Now, did they explain to you as to why they were taking you in particular to the Nashas?
Ingaba bakutshela yini ukuthi kwakungani bekusa kwangcatshe?
Cha, angitshelanga.
No, he
Ngabona
didn't.
ngoba sidlula ku-off ramp yasekatlehong sangena ngiyase Spread View Fauskeras ukuthi shoot lo mama ungisa lapha. Ngangiyithulele mina emotweni ngemuva ngangafuni ukukhuluma.
She didn't tell me. I just saw us passing the Katlehong F ramp and then taking the Spread View off ramp. I just kept quiet. I didn't want to say anything, and then just realized, oh, this one is taking me to Fauskeras.
Yes, you may proceed. You asked that to be taken home, then what happened further?
Kwasekenze kanike emuva ukuthi ucela ukuthi ugoduswe.
Wase wangigodulisa ke wangisa ekhaya.
She then took me home to Katlehong.
Yes.
And then from Katlehong ke ngafika ekhaya ke ngafike yazi nami ufika kini ngathi mangena nje ekhaya ngibona abantu basekhaya ngakukhala ke bangibuza bangibona ukuthi nginjani bangibuza ukuthi kwenze njani ngangasakwazi ukukhuluma ke lapho.
You also know how the feeling is or how it is when you get home, you see your people. I just got into the house, I cried, and they were asked, they could see as to how I was, and they wanted to know from me as to what happened.
Okay. And do you know if a docket was open against you and other people who were in the house?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi kunedokodo elavula livulelwa wena kanye nabanye laba owawusendlini kanye nabo?
Cha ngikwazi.
No, I don't know.
Yes, what happened further?
I think
Regarding
we
the
had
case?
yena engikukhumbulayo ukuthi wafika wangishiya ubuthelezi wase wangitshela ukuthi uzobuya wathi ufuna ngibhale statement sokuthi ngangingekho endlini ke this time sengisekhaya manje ukuthi ngibhale so statement sokuthi ngangingekho eForceloras esikhathi kudutshula uSenzo.
Buthelezi left me and informed me that he would be back, and also informed me that I will then have now to depose of a statement indicating that I wasn't in the house, that is now in Fauskeras, at the time of Senzo's shooting.
Yep.
Yes, you may proceed.
Angikwenzanga ke obviously lokho ngize ngiyenze lonto.
Obviously, I didn't do that. There was no way that I was going to do that.
Yeah, ngiyakhumbula ukuthi wahamba wangishiya ke and then ekhaya base babelo bengithoba ke bangishutha ke nalanga ngilimale khona nje emhlane inyawo la ngifaswe khona.
She then left me, and then at home they tried to attend to me, taking pictures on my back where I had been injured and also where I'd been tied.
Yes.
Yeah, and when it comes to lokho ke wabuya ke sebethi bazongilanda and then ekhaya normally mebathi hayi bangangithathi bazoyenza ama arrangements ukuthi ngibuyele eThekwini ngoba besaba nabo.
They came back saying that they were there now to fetch me, in other words to take me back home, but at home they said no. Even my uncles were now scared and said that no, they will make arrangements to get me back to Durban.
and wanqaba ke yena kwakunqaba yena nje ubuthelezo babefonela yena ngoba bemtshela futhi ukuthi ingane ilimazwe yini njobe ingane isinje ilimele nje ilimazwe yini angimazi nokuthi wayethini yena kodwa wanqaba wathi kufanele kube yibona as amaphoyisa abangibuyisela emuva eThekwini so ekhaya nababengafuni nabantu engizwana nababengafuni manje babesaba ukuthi what if lo muntu uzothi usendleleni eThekwini bathi bakudubule noma benzeni bese bethi wena ubuzama ukubabulala so kwenzakala ekhaya
refused or said that they as the police had to take me back home to Durban. So even at home, people that I were close with, they were refusing and saying no. What if these people, as they claim to, they will be taking you back home? Along the way, something happens to you, they shoot you.
Yes.
All in all, kodwa bagcine befikile ke bezongilanda ke.
But all in all, they ended up coming to fetch me.
Base ba ngoba kwafanele ngemsebenzini bangibuyisela driver back to eThekwini
because I had to go to work, so they drove me back to Durban.
After how long since your arrival in Gauteng?
Uma bese kubuyisela bakubuyisela emuva kwesikhathi esingakanani ufikile eGauteng noma eGoli?
Ngafika eGauteng on Saturday. Ngagoduka on Tuesday.
I arrived on Saturday.
I landed back on Tuesday. I think I traveled 2 days.
I think I was this side for 2 days.
Monday and Tuesday. Kodwa ngabuyela eThekwini.
I arrived on Saturday and they took me back on Tuesday.
Yes. What happened further regarding the case?
Ikuphi okunye kwenzeka ke mayelana necala?
Okunye khona la ngakhona kwi ID parade futhi eseMaritzburg.
I attended an ID parade which was in Maritzburg or Peter Maritzburg.
Where in Maritzburg?
Kuphi nendawo khona in Peter Maritzburg?
I think it's a correctional service yaseMaritzburg.
I think it's Peter Maritzburg Correctional Services because that's where the prisoners are kept.
Do you remember the date?
It date usayikhumbula?
Ngingasho ukuthi I think kaku early 2017 mangibuka ngoba ngikhona umsebenzi angisanda kuqala kuona so akusayinyanga nje ngiqalile ngoba ngiqale ngoOctober I think kaku early 2017.
I think it was early 2017 because I just started a new job. So I think around October.
Ngiqale ngoOctober so I think kaku January.
I think I started the job in October, so I think they arrived at about, or it was about January. So
ngoba bangilanda emsebenzini
because they fetched me from work.
January of which year?
January of umnyaka
2017.
2017.
Yes, you may proceed.
Lapho ngalandwa amaphoyisa noma ngasakhumbula ukuthi kwakubani.
I was fetched by the police, although I can't remember as to who it was.
And then got a driver to a lapho eMaritzburg, lo correctional service engishoyo.
We drove to that correctional services service in Maritzburg.
La kuthiwa kuzoba khona ID parade.
Where I was told an ID parade was to be held.
Yes.
Yona ID parade yaba khona nakhona ngabuza ukuthi abantu abanye bazobe bekhona in ID parade angisakhumbula kahle ukuthi impendulo engayithola ukuthi
wena wabuza
yebo mina ngibuza.
The ID parade was indeed held and I also wanted to know or inquired as to whether the other people were also going to attend the ID parade, but I can't remember as to what the response was.
If you say other people, who are you referring to?
Abanye abantu wawukhuluma ngobani wabuza obani labo?
Witnesses recently.
The witnesses that were in the house.
Ngoba kwaku-ID parade esibili le. So kuleyokuqala sasisonke angithi. So ngalesibili I assumed ukuthi sobe sisonke futhi.
Because that was the ID parade. Sorry, the second ID parade. We were together in the first one. So I assumed that this was going to be the case as well with this one.
Yes.
And then sangena ngaphakathi ke jail ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngihambe ejele ngoba ngangiyibona iboshwe ngiyibukele eduze futhi.
Remember, we went into the prison because I know that it was a prison. We went inside and I could see the prisoners and from a very close distance.
Yes.
Saya kwindawo nakhona engathi ngenze ngisho ukuthi hall ngoba phela kunama gates lapha yana but laba bemiswe khona labo bantu labo babeme phambi kwami.
We went into this place. I won't describe it as a hall because there were gates there, but that's where the people were lined up in front of me.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kakhona umlungu nje wayelokhu la eceleni kwami uyena wayethi angibabuke kahle labo bantu.
I remember there was a white person that was next to me. That white person is the one that was telling me to look at the people.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula ke nakhona ukuthi babe ngibuza ukuthi khona nengibona athi hayi lokuthi ngibukisise kahle ngathi hayi engikhumbula engakusho noma ngasakhumbula kahle ukuthi amazwi ngakwabe kanjani but engikhumbula engakusho ukuthi ngathi ngibona nama similar features to number 1 suspect number 1 wayesendlini.
I was then asked if there was someone that I could see from there. I said no. They was then asking me to have a proper look, but what I do remember saying, although I won't be able to put the precise or the exact words, that I see someone with the similar features to suspect number 1 that was in the house.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
And then from there bangibuza ukuthi unamba bani ngabatshela ukuthi unamba bani ngisakhumbula ukuthi kwakunamba ba ngakhumbula bethi akasondele base banama ngisondele base bathi umuphi ngathi ulo base bathi mkhombe sengiyabona sengimiswe eduze kwakhe sekuyaduze kwakhe but
they wanted to know me to know the number, and I mentioned the number, and then they requested the person to come closer. I was also made to move closer, and they asked me to point. I pointed the person, and then I started seeing them.
ngase ngibona sebeyashutha izithombe
Taking pictures.
sekushutha izithombe emva kokushutha izithombe sebethi hayi all right okay sengathi siyahlukaniswa hayi mina ke into ngiyayi-addressa ngaleso sikhathi ngabiza ubaba lo ubhuti ubaba o-investigating officer I think at that time namanje ubabginindi ngam-address ukuthi kwenzakalani ngoba angisho ukuthi uyena lo muntu ngithi nama-similar features wase washo ukuthi hayi no ngisho kahle ukuthi nama-similar features wasathi okay ayikho inkinga uzwe.
We were then separated, but I then, as someone who addresses something at that moment, I then addressed it with the investigating officer at the time, who still is Brigadier Kininda, and told him that I said the person has got similar features. And he then said, no, you said well that he's got similar features, yes.
Washo ngamtshela ukuthi angisho ukuthi uyena wasathi hayi no ayikho inkinga uyangizwa uyangiunderstand uzoyisolve lo nto ngathi mina yini efana isolve wasathi hayi angingawari. That was our last
then said that he understands me. I said that he's got similar features, not that it's him. He then said he understands me, it will be sorted out. I wanted to know what is it that is going to be sorted out.
Yes.
And yeah, I think you're on a low process. It was just a bit uncomfortable, but ngoba ngangi-addressile ke ngathi ayikho inkinga ke then base bangi-driver back bangibuyisela emsebenzini.
It was just a process, but that was then uncomfortable, but because I had addressed it, they then took me back to my workplace.
Did you see if a form was completed during the parade?
Ingabe wabona yini ukuthi khona iform ababeyibhala kuleyo parade leyo?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ayikhona iform, ngathi wayikhona iform ayiphethe.
I think there was a form.
You mentioned that pictures were taken during the parade. Just want to show you Exhibit T in brackets 2. Photos 7 and 8.
Ushilo ukuthi kunezithombe ezathuthuka ke ngaleli langa ke ngifisa ukuthi ubhekeke lezi zithombe lezo u7 no8.
Who's the person on photo 7 and 8?
Ubani lo okulesithombe u7 no8?
Ogqoke isikipha somhlophe namateka amhlophe mina.
The one wearing a white t-shirt and white khakis and a jean, it's me.
And on photo 9?
9?
Yes.
Yes.
What was happening there?
Mina lo okwesikhipha simhlophe and then ulomlungu engimishoyo ke lo la ngemuva semva kwami, and then lo osondelile la ulo engangithe mina unama similar features.
It's me with the white t-shirt, the white gentleman behind me, and then the person that is closer is the person that I pointed and then said had similar features.
Similar features as?
No, similar features nanjengo?
Suspect number 1.
Suspect number 1.
And which specific features were you referring to?
Amaphika lama feature okhuluma ngawo.
The cheeks.
The cheeks. Iqhomo.
Yes.
Yeah, complexion nje.
Ibala, a little bit, the eyes.
That's about it.
Ilokho nje.
And are you the only one who attended this parade?
Wena kuphela owaya kule parade?
Yeah, be me.
Yes, it's me.
or maybe let's put it to this way, were you the only one who was taken to, did you travel alone when you were taken to the parade?
Uma ngabe usiwa ke kule parade wawuhamba wedwa.
As in the witness, noma.
Yes, when you say alone, are you referring
Yes, the person,
alone in a vehicle or alone as a witness?
yes, alone as the person who was going to participate in the parade.
Wedwa nanjengomuntu owayezothatha ingxenye kwi-parade.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, let us see, we've almost come to the end of the court sitting. Will this be an appropriate time to adjourn until tomorrow?
What's the time?
I think it's just hardly 3:30.
Are you available, sir, tomorrow? The witness?
Oh, khona kusasa?
Yep.
Yes, my lord.
Where are they housing? Where are they housing?
Where?
Where? Are you at the Sheraton Hotel or where? Okay, we adjourn until tomorrow.